Hello. I'm going to continue what I was doing last time, which is working on this snake game for Twitter. And today we have Amethyst joining us in the bowl, which is a rare treat because it's almost always Nibbler. But I played a lot with Amethyst today, and she's very happy with me. And she has decided she would like to sit with me for a little while, so I'll enjoy it while it lasts. Um, Last time I put in a unit test for generating, what? For generating the two-string method of the game class, and it looked like this. Game. Nope. Didn't I? Didn't I, though? IO. Oh, thanks, Janet. 59 seconds. That's super. I may have to change the timers. Let's see. Game test. Oh, it's under Java. Okay. So I have, yeah, most of these tests are from Emoji Tetra. They have to go. But I did add one or two. This one, which shows abstractly what the game board will look like for Snake. Amethyst is like, who are you talking to? Why are you waking me up? So this would be the apple, this would be the head of the snake, and these would be the segments of the snake. And then these squares are the walls that demarcate where you can and cannot travel, which helps to make the snake not touch itself in parallel and have its shape be ambiguous. So, I was wrestling with the question of whether each segment should be individually recorded in the snake, because I know it does have to, they all have to be in there in order to get rendered. But I know that in the database, I don't want to store every single one because it's redundant, when all I need are the key points of the head, the end of the tail, and all of the corner turning points. Hey, Amethyst. You gonna go? Got somewhere to go? Where are you gonna go? So that's what I want to store in the database, but in memory, I hadn't decided yet. How do I convert to and from the database text format to the... Oh, hello, Madcap. Good evening, Madcap. How are you? How's your evening going? Is it evening where you are? Imagine. So if you're saying good evening. It's like 7 o'clock here in California. How'd your day go, Madcap? Thanks for joining us. Joining me, because you're the first person to chat. And you should have now, you should be the first person who has a stream avatar as a little person walking around the bottom of the screen, most likely. And you can change that if you type !random in the chat, or a whole bunch of other stuff that you can ask Janet about. Doing well. Good. I have turned on lag, unfortunately. I turned off lag last time, and it caused dropped frames. I think, maybe. Please tell me if you see dropped frames. If I, like, freeze for a second or something. I'd had the setting to have low latency, but it can cause some problems, because Twitch isn't that great at that stuff yet. And I have Pretzel Rock's music playing, which that seemed to coincide with the drop frames, but I kind of like having music. So I'm trying the regular latency instead of the low latency, which means that I'm going to be about 30 seconds or 10 seconds behind what's actually going on in chat. And that's too bad. I'm glad you're doing well, Madcap. So here's the idea that I had. So if I'm going to store these key points of the snake in the database, I also want to store them in the object, because I want the object in the database to be easily converted to and from each other. That has to happen on every tweet. The rendering of the snake will be all the points between those key points. And I decided that what I want to change is that I want the snake object, which doesn't have a test yet. It's going to need tests. This is going to be the first sort of significantly interesting function of the snake class, because before it was literally just a list. It is a list of points. Like this is the whole snake class. There's not much to test because it's an array list of segments. All I did was add a thing that says rows and columns get added. So I could make a test for this, but it doesn't matter because this is no longer going to be sticking around. What I'm going to want instead is first I want to make sure that the snake class and all the snake classes that I wrote last time are checked in. So snake player spec is not checked in, but also I don't know why I moved it to snake already. That was probably just part of refactoring the player class. None of this is relevant yet. It's not that interesting. I'm not checking it in. But this looks good. I've checked in most of the good stuff. So I'm going to change the snake. It's not going to be an array list of segments anymore. It's going to be something else. It could be an array list, but it's going to be an array list of key points. So I need a key point class. So what is segment? Segment is row and column. Okay, that's fine. Well, it can be segments, but they have to be key segments. So if this is an array list of segments, series of locations, the grid represented by row column, adds a segment to the snake. Okay, so let's change this to adds a key segment to the snake. Key segments are the start, end, and corners of the snake where it bends. Okay, that's fine. And now, so if I add them in like that, then I also need to get all of the points. So let's do this. Public list, lists of segments, get full, let's see, what would you call it? Full list of segments, get all segments, get intermediary and key segments. So in animation they'd be called tween, it would be called tweening, and those would be like tween frames, I guess. That's one way. I don't know. I'll rename it later. Get all segments. Or I won't ever rename it. I'll just call it this forever. Unless I think of something else. So this is get all segments, returns the full list of all snake segments, including key segments and tweening, well, and in between key segments and in between segments in order from snake head to snake tail. Yes. So get all segments. Now this is going to be like dynamically generated when needed, as opposed to iterating through just the key segments. Series of key segments. Snake is a series of key segments, which are the head, tail ends, the head and tail ends, which are the head, the the head, the points where the snake bends, and the tail end. This class can also generate a full list of all in between of all segments, including key points, putting key segments and in between segments in order from head to tail. So get all segments. All right, so now we need logic. So we can get a list, but this is a list. So we have the list, it's this. So we're going to iterate through the key segments. I think we want to do it like this. Segment key segment in this. And for each of those, all right, so let's start making a list of segments, which will be all of them. All segments equals that. Oh, you can do that. Oh, good. I thought you had to move the cursor over before you hit semicolon, but let me practice that. That's very helpful. That. And then while it's in the middle, press semicolon. Ooh, so nice. So nice. Little things that you do 100,000 times really, really makes it more pleasant. Thank you, IntelliJ. Okay, so key segment, this. So first, what's the algorithm? Maybe I want a different kind of for list, because I might want to know the index of where I'm at. This dot size, because this is a list. It is an array list of segments, this snake. So for each of these, we do that. If it's 0, we definitely want to add this segment. We also want to reference the coming segment, or the previous segment. So let's just start with what we know. If I equals 0, then all segments add this sub I. This get I. So we'll get the head. Well, this is the head. We could mark that. Make this a little more readable. This is the head. All segments add the head. If it's not the first one, then it must be the second or possibly last one. In which case, we want to get two things. We want to get previous key segment, which is this get I minus 1. Oh, semicolon without moving the cursor. Oh my god, I've never done it, and it feels so good. It's so much easier. And previous key segment is this get I minus 1, the previous one, and current key segment, which is this get I. And then we want to create a line segment between those two segments. We want to fill it with the in-between ones. So the previous key segment and the current key segment. And now it's almost time to make a unit test for this. And that's why I don't need this loop. What do I want to do here? I want to see, is it a difference in rows or a difference in columns? It can't be both. So either the rows are the same, the columns are different, or the columns are the same, the rows are different. Figure out if let's change these names to prev and cur, because I'm probably going to reference them a lot, so I want them short. Or we can use English. Previous and current, that's still short. Figure out if previous and current share a row or a column. They must share exactly one of those fields. Not 0, not 2. Because the whole point of this is that they're different. Each point is different from the other, but that they're connected vertically or horizontally. And that they are not just the same point added again. That would be invalid. So I'll put a check in here for that. That if it's the same point, okay. Let's put a check. If previous get call equals current get call and previous get row equals current get row, then we have a problem. Then throw new runtime exception, invalid snake data, two key segments at, say, multiple key segments at row okay, so we can shorten this because we're going to reference all of these here and there, so we need all of these. So this is previous column, prev col. This is previous row, prev row. This is cur col, and this is cur row. So multiple key segments at row, they're equal, so we'll just say previous row plus column plus previous col. Sweet. Else, if prev col does not equal cur col and previous row does not equal current row, then got another problem. Different kind of problem. Throw new runtime exception, invalid snake data. Invalid snake data, key segment previous okay, I'll just put a toString into the segment class. Key segment previous is not aligned with next key segment current. And now segment needs a toString. Let's generate a toString. Nice. And since it has the word segment in the toString, I'm going to take it out of here. So key segment so-and-so is not aligned with next key segment so-and-so. Or is not aligned. Does not share a row or column with next key so-and-so. Okay, so that will crash the program if there's invalid data and there's nothing to tweet because it can't figure out what to do. So now, and that's going to have to be also what? enforced in the add class. So this will be, let me change this to add key segment. And what is this? Don't know. What? Emoji set test. Sets.add. Wow. I want to change it here. And that whole test has to change. The other ones I do not want. Exclude. Great. Usage in comments. Oh, they're commented out, so it can't parse the commented out code. That's why it wants to change all that. Okay, good. Do refactor. Okay, add key segment. Adds a key segment to the snake. Okay, so, oh, well, that's kind of hard to, no, it's not hard. So I need to enforce rules here. Enforce rules for where segment can be in relation to previous segment. And it is possible for the snake to be winding through and you could have a problem where you're crossing it and that's illegal. But I don't think that's going to be, I don't expect that to be an issue because there's nothing programmatically that I intend to put in that would allow that to happen. But this is a simpler rule that I can check pretty quickly here, so I'll just do it. So enforce rules for where segment can be in relation to previous segment. Is there a previous segment? Let's see. This dot size. So if this dot size is greater than or equal to 1 before we added anything to the list, then oh my goodness, she's dreaming. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm not capturing out this adorable sleeping face. It's very important. There we go. She was just sort of chewing a little bit with her mouth. Oh my god, so cute. There we go. Okay. If this dot size is greater than or equal to 1, then there is a previous segment. So we need to get that previous segment. So this get this dot size minus 1. That should give us the last one, because the size is 1 greater than the last index. So this gives us the previous one. Previous segment. And then we have this similar logic again, where, okay, let's do this. Outside of here, current segment. So we can create, oopsie, sorry, I don't know what I just did. We can create the segment. Too bright? Okay, good girl. And then we got the previous segment if there already was something in the snake. And we take this current segment and we will, we'll do these checks. And this needs to come out because I'm going to use it twice. All of this. That's fine, I guess. Yes, okay. So let's see, refactor this, extract the method, and we'll call it throw exception. Well, we'll just call it assert. Assert previous assert key segments are aligned. And then cut this out and make it the comment for this method. Figure out if they must share this, save previous segment, current segment, and bing, bang, boom. So now we can assert the key segments are aligned while reading, as well as while writing. Current segment, current. Okay. And then we will, once we've asserted that, we will add the current segment. So good to go. So now this still doesn't compile because I haven't returned anything correct from this method. Return. And I'm going to be a good Boy Scout now. And Boy Scout's a weird gendered term. I'm going to be a good scout. That's what I mean. And put my test in you. I don't have a test for this. So this is Sandow Snake game. Sandow Snake game. I have a game test that is in Java, but I'm mostly trying to lean on Groovy because I think the tests are slightly better in Groovy. Doesn't matter a whole lot, it's just a style thing. So this will be snake spec. And the snake spec is gonna say, let's put this over here. And think about what these two things are. So add key segment. Should throw exception if adding key segments in same location. That's one. Should throw exception if adding key segments that do not share a row or column. That's very long. Is that okay? Yep. It's within 100 characters, which my font size here doesn't really support that, but it's for having two things side by side, but that's okay. Let's get some more space by doing this, and then we'll put this split vertically, no, split horizontally, and try that again. Split horizontally, snake, and snake spec. Cool. And close others. Focus on what we're doing. Focus. Should throw exception if adding key segments in same location. So, what do we got? We got setup. Amethyst, you're being so good. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Let's see. Setup is... Yeah, good girl. Good girl. You don't want me to touch too much while you're sleeping? Okay. What is the setup? I don't know. I need to make a snake. I don't think I need any mock objects for this. It's pretty simple. Snake, new snake. Then I need what? I need a segment head equals new segment at a row and a column. So we'll just say like some fur floating around. Legal places are even numbers, 0, 2. So we'll say 2, 6. That's where the head spawns. Then segment next segment seg2 equals new segment. Well, illegal. Key segments in the same location. Simple thing is just put it in the same spot right away. Seg2 is 26. When snake add key segment. Oh, okay. 26. I forgot you don't have to make the segment first. Then snake add key segment. Oh, actually this should be here. This is part of setup. So if we add the key segment twice, first time it's fine. The second time, then throw runtime exception. I have to look up how you do this. So let me check if I have any existing tests for this. Throw under place in path. I don't want to replace, I just want to find. Find in path. Yeah. What? I don't remember the right way to do this. Throw exception, throws this, throws that. This one. Thrown, catch, runtime exception, thrown equals true, message. This is not the only, oh, this is how to do it when, oopsie. This is how to do it when you, oh, I don't have a window anymore. That's weird. That's how to do it when you want to check the text of the exception that's been thrown. You have to do a try catch, and that's okay. I remember that there's some maybe slightly fancier way to do it, but I googled it and I remember that Groovy Spock testing lets you check what the exception was, what type, but if you want the message, I think this might be the simplest way, unfortunately. Even though this is kind of just like old-fashioned, it's like the clunky large way. So then take this out and cut this and put it here. Oh, boolean so and so. So we'll cut this, put it in the try. That's what we want. Runtime exception, message equals E. Then thrown is true, and message equals this. That's not the right message, so let's run this, see it fail, and then get the right message and fix it. Why is method maybe static? Oh. Extends Spock. Extends something. Specification. Right. I forgot what it was called. How do I organize imports? I don't remember. It should do it on save. Oh, it did do it on save. Well, good for them. It hasn't been working all the time. Okay, there's no errors. Let's run this and see how awesome it is. Invalid so-and-so, invalid snake data. Multiple key segments at row 2, column 6. Sweet. That's great. Next. This is going to be similar. There's going to be at least four tests that are going to be very similar. So now this is going to be for 8. Should throw exception of key segments that do not share a row or column. So 2, 6, 4, 8, they're not aligned. Those should not be adjoining segments. So thrown here, and the text will be different now. So let's run this. And the correct text is invalid snake data key segment row 2 column 6 does not share a row or column with next key. That's some good debugging data. That's some good debugging data. Oh yeah. Save. It's not wrapping super great. Let's just make it wrap. Okay. And let's run all these. So these are the failure cases for what you cannot do when you are adding key segments. Now, there's more. So Snake needs to do get all segments. And I can assert this in here, but it's already been enforced. Is this too much light for you? Amethyst? You waking up? Still sleepy. Good. Feel free to go, but I enjoy having you on the stream. And anyone who comes in probably enjoys seeing you. And you're still in frame. So cute. So cute. Oops, I'm sorry. So cute. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. You're always welcome here. Even if Nibbler gets jealous. Okay. Now, assert key segments are aligned. This may be overkill now. If I'm checking this on read, then how did I even make the snake? If I don't really have a way. Oh, I do have a way. Because the snake is a list, it has a regular add. So add key segment goes here, and and the regular add, there's other ways. So the regular add just goes to array list, and it just doesn't really, it skips the stuff that needs to be checked. So I could override that and put the check into the add method again. But even then, there's still ways to get around it. Or I can make this not be a list, and that would be better. So if this was not a list, this snake class, if it had a list, but the list was only available for modification through the methods that I wrote, it would be much safer. So let's just do that. Then there will be fewer things for me to protect against, and I'll just have fewer problems. So list segment key segments equals new array list. Oh, it didn't work there. That's weird. It works in some places, but not other places. The semicolon showed up inside where the cursor was between the parentheses instead of at the end, which I was so delighted when it didn't do that when I was inside of a method, but out here, I don't know, it's different. Bummer. So this is private key segments, and add key segment will do that, and then key segments so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. So this is how you add key segments. And we've already shown that with this test will still pass, that this will throw an exception if you put an invalid set of consecutive key segments. So now it's protected. There isn't another way to put key segments in. So I don't really need the assertion here anymore. So now get all segments is going to do something different. It's going to say, do they share a row or a column? Do previous and current share a row or a column? And the answer is a Boolean. Is row shared? Previous get row equals current get row. And if it's not the row, then it's the column, we could assume, basically. But I guess for sanity, sanity's good. If previous, this is redundant with the other check, kind of, but it's okay. Is column shared, current get call. Is row shared, is column shared. If is row shared, maybe I don't need those variables really. Maybe all I need is this expression. If is row shared, then we want to create the intermediary segments. Create, calculate, whatever. Create the intermediary segments. So, for example, if the row is shared and you're going from 4 to 2, no, you're going from 6 to 2, then we want to figure out if you're on the left or the right, if the previous is on the left or the right of the current. So we know whether to increment or decrement the numbers. Yes. Right. Okay. So let's do this. Previous row, sure. Hello. Viceromantic. Viceromantic. Try and pronounce it the way it should be pronounced. Hello. Just wondering how much of the planning of the logic gets done before you sit down and start actually coding. That's a good question. A lot should generally happen. It depends on what you're doing and why you're doing it. So because I'm implementing Snake, which is a fairly simple and fairly well understood game, some design decisions I could think of as I go. There is no other person on the project for me to check with, so I can just make it up. So I have that flexibility to do it the way, to go back and forth between coding and designing as I wish. But I did a lot of design up front in terms of how it's going to look, because I had a lot of different ways to make a snake look like a snake in emojis, and I didn't like any of them very much. I made like 6 and they all looked muddled, and I finally came up with one that I do like, where the snake never touches itself as it's going parallel with itself, and where there's walls to protect against that possibility. And that helped me come up with some rules about some stuff. But I already know pretty well what it's supposed to do. And then all of the interface stuff, all the database stuff, and the Twitter poll stuff, I already solved that for a different application, another game. So that's going to be almost exactly the same. So that's well solved. But when I was solving that, I guess I did change the design as I iterated, but I had a pretty good idea of what to do basically. But some of it I came up with while I was streaming and talking to people in chat. Like some of it I was just like, well, what should this do? You know, it's supposed to be like Tetris, Twitter polls. Well, should you have like how many, you know, you can only have 4 options in a poll, so what should you do when it looks like this? And all those edge cases would come up, and I would address them as they come. You need more design when you don't know what it's supposed to do, and you can't just plop yourself down and make decisions because you're not empowered to make decisions. That's That's less fun, but more common, because it's how the business world works. Somebody else makes the decisions of what it's supposed to do, and you're supposed to follow those rules. But if they don't make any sense, then good luck. And then you have to try to get somebody on the phone. So I take it as it comes. I do enough design if I do enough design to get started, and then I get started, and then I design some more. Not even sure how it's pronounced. I think the translation means romantic waltz. Weisse Romantik. Is it French or German? It sounds mostly French. It's a song, and that's interesting. I find it really interesting to see other people's workflows. What is your workflow? What do you experience when you're coding? Do you when you're coding a personal project or something there where you're empowered to make the design decisions yourself? What do you find useful? And then, of course, when you're working with somebody else, then you have to do things a little differently. What do you do then? So is row shared? If previous row equals current row, then row is shared. That's a pretty simple thing to put here. We probably don't need this with this. If previous row equals current row, create the intermediary segments. Let's do int diff equals previous row minus current row, and then if the diff is less than or equal to, no, is greater than or equal to 1, then previous current. Wait, so from my view, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If previous minus current is a positive number, then previous is on the right. And so to go from previous to current, you have to decrement previous. Decrement previous until you reach current. Cool. And this is all going to be repeated for columns, so I might make this a method once I figure out what it's exactly supposed to do. So now, decrement previous to reach current. There's going to be like a while loop here, while something, while previous, okay, let's do a tween, an in-between one. So we'll make a segment tween equals, well, it's going to be a new segment, but I don't know where it's going to be at yet. So that's not useful for this moment. What I need is an in-between row index. Tween row index. The tween row index is previous row minus 1. Because if the diff was positive, previous row is greater, we have to go lesser. To make them lesser. Lesser, lesser, lesser. Tween row index equals previous row minus 1. While tween row index is greater than, but not equal to, greater than previous, I'm confusing previous and current. So the way I'm creating the snake is I'm starting at the head. So the first one is the head, and then the last one is the tail. So if I've put in the head, then that becomes, I'm done with that. That's now the previous. Current is, for the simplest case, the shortest snake. Current is the tail. Oh, are you in frame, Amethyst? Are you in frame? Yes, sort of. You've moved. I will track you a little bit. Because you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, the light's on the way. I don't want to disturb you. That's fine. I'll leave it like that. Okay. So the tween row index is greater than previous. So I'm mixing myself up. Previous and current. Current. Maybe I should switch it. Maybe I'm confusing myself because I'm subtracting in a weird order. Or maybe I just need to diagram it. Let's see. So previous, current, or I could diagram it on paper. That's not gonna work very well on stream because I don't have a third camera right now. So let's say previous. Nah, I don't want to do that. If I'm gonna write text, I'll write text in my code. So previous row, and I'm mixing myself up. Tween row index equals previous row minus 1. Then if current is the tail, previous is the head. Current row. So we're going from previous to current. The order doesn't matter that much as long as I'm consistent. So I'm going from previous to current. Is that what I want to do? Don't I want to go... Oh yeah, that is what I want to do. Isn't it? No, because I want to add them in order. It matters. This matters. I want to add them from... Yes, from previous to current. Okay, good. Because previous is head, current is tail. Add them from head to tail. Got it. So now, while tween row index is greater than current row index. Okay, let's just drop the word index if we're just calling a row an index anyway. So if tween row equals previous row minus 1, while tween row is greater than current row, then we do this. We make a tween segment, and this segment will be row and column. Is that correct? Yes. Row and column. The column will be either one of these. Previous get previous row, no, previous get column. And then we will rock you. So get all segments. Oh, right. So now all segments, that's where we add this. So all segments add tween. And then tween row minus minus. That looks right. That's one of the 4 cases. That's where they share a row and the previous is on the right. There are 3 other cases that I have to handle. Else, and we could be specific here, the diff should be less than or equal to -1. Just for sanity, I will go ahead and do that. If the diff is less than or equal to -1, then increment previous until you reach current. And when I find the similarities and differences between these 4 cases, then I will figure out if I can, I don't know, parameterize some method and reuse some of this code. increment previous until you reach current. Okay, now this is going to be almost the same, but everything's going to be reversed. Tween row equals previous row plus 1. If I got the first case right, then all of this should just be reversed. If I didn't get it right, we'll find out. While tween row is less than... You know what? You know what? Let's do the test to see if I got the case right first. That's the responsible thing to do. And I want to be responsible today. So now, let's do this. It should generate complete snake when head is to the right of tail. It should generate complete short snake when head is to the right of tail. In some ways this whole system is slightly overkill, but it's not that bad because I'm gonna want to mutate the snake or copy the snake and make a change to it where like the head moves and the tail moves, and then there's gonna be cases where the tail becomes one of the previous key points, and then times when it doesn't, depending on how close it is to the bend. So that's helpful to not have too many points on the snake to have to deal with when you're mutating the snake, when it's moving and when it's growing. Because it's gonna grow. Should generate complete short snake when head is to the right of tail. Complete short snake when head is to the right of tail. So we'll say setup. Snake, snake, new snake. Snake, add key segment at 6.2. That was the example. Is there a space here? There should be a space. And, if I do format, then there's a space. Snake add key segment, and then add key segment at row. Let's put this at 4, 4. Snake add key segment, row 2, column 4. Then snake get all snake dot all segments. Okay. So that's calling the get all segments method, but with Groovy. And this will be all segments. Because it's a test of the all segments method, I'm going to just call the all segments method explicitly, which is less groovy and more Java, but it is a test for this method, and not a bad thing to do. All segments. So now all segments, wait, set up, oh, when. This should be when. When you do this, then all segments equals a list of segments. New segment 6.4. New segment 5.4. New segment 4.4. I'll find a way to streamline this a little bit after I do it. 3.4. And you know what I forgot to do is include the key points. So my code is wrong, and I'm glad that I did this. Also, segment is going to need a an equals and a hash code for this test to work. It'd be meaningless to do it without that. Use getters during code generation. Yeah, sure. Yes, both. Yes, both. we got our equals, we got our hash code. Those are Java things for making sure that you're conceptually making objects equal if and only if they meet your requirements for what it means to be equal, according to what they call your business logic. Except there's not much business here. Well, I guess there's a Patreon, so that's business, right? There's the function. The point of the game is to be fun. That is the business of the game. And I want to make this, I want to format this differently because I like it more like this. All right, let's see. First of all, let's watch it fail. Always good to have a test, see it fail for a reason that you understand. And it's false because all segments is only one segment. How about them apples? That's not the saying. It's how you like them apples. So all segments add tween. Previous row. If, where's my if? If diff is greater than 1. Previous row minus current row, that's 6 minus 2 is 4. If 4 is greater than or equal to 1, then yeah. All segments add head. Tween row. So what it did was, it went in and it did this part. And then, no, sorry. Well, it added the 2 segments. And then, when we were getting all segments, it was iterating, oh, this dot size. No, that's right. Because this is currently, oh no, key segments. It's not this anymore. There we go. Which means I need to get rid of the concept of this being, of snake being a list. So snake has, not is, has a series of key segments. Contents of collection are queried but never updated. What? Oh. Yeah, that's important. I'm glad that I wrote some tests to find all these bugs before I proceed. So it's not this, it's key segments, and I got rid of the fact that this is a list, so now we don't have that problem anymore. And it's better to put things into other things than it is to make things inherit the characteristics of other things. Inheritance is not as good as what they call composition, composing one object of many other objects. Because it's more intuitive to compose. Alright, so run this again, and then it's still going to be wrong, probably, but, oh, what's wrong? What's the deal? Oh, what's going on here? Interesting. Construct grid with snake and target. Oh, well, see, that's different. What? Oh, this is game. So this is this code I wrote last time is based on the assumption that the snake is a list of all the segments, and I've decided to change that design. So now the snake is not that. Instead, what am I doing here? So snake, here I'm treating the snake as a list, which means that I just need to get the list. Oh no, I need to construct it first. Grid put so and so. What? Oh, snake get snake. Construct grid with snake and target. Well, the test for this, the only place where this is called is from a test, is constructing the snake in a way that's no longer valid. But when it runs, first all this needs to compile before I can do anything else. When it runs, I will change that test so it does it the new way, the correct way. all segments equals snake get all segments. And then head is this. Oops. Replace snake with all segments. So you do this, grid put so-and-so. That's different because the head has a different emoji from the rest of the body. That's why I have that code there. And then that should fix that. The test for that isn't going to compile, or at least isn't going to pass anymore. Because now add key segment, there's just too many key segments. Actually, it will pass. Oh no, it won't pass because add key segment will fail when, oh, no, it's legal. You could add these key segments. Every single one can be a key segment, and that doesn't break any of the rules that I've set out. Do I want to make it so that you can't have 3 consecutive key segments that share a row or share a column all together? Maybe. Interesting. It doesn't matter a whole lot, so let's not worry about it, but I don't want this to be like this. So let's just change this test while I'm thinking about it. So it's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So all we need is 6 to 2, and then 2 to 4, like that. So that will be enough. That should make it work. And this test should still pass. But it's an interesting question. Do I want to enforce that the corners are only the only places where you're allowed to put a key segment? And if you try to put a key segment in the middle of a line segment, that it fails. I don't know. I'll think about that. Maybe later. It doesn't matter a whole lot right now that I can think of. So let's see. This should now fail for a new reason. So now the reason, or is it the same reason? No, it's the same reason. So what's the problem? I don't know. So all segments is still just the one segment. We're expecting it to be like this, but we're only getting one segment. So get all segments doesn't work yet for this case. And that could be because I'm thinking of something incorrectly. So previous get row and current get row. What is previous? Previous is the segment at I-1. Current is the segment at I, the current iteration. Right. Yes. So, what's wrong with it? Previous row minus current row. Let's just put some debugging text here. Diff. Or I could just debug. I'll just debug. That makes more sense. I don't understand the problem, so let's debug and figure out where the problem is happening exactly. Okay, we're not getting into here. If previous row equals current row. Ah, there's a problem. That's the problem. So here, if they're equal, then the diff is 0, and it's all meaningless. This is supposed to be column. Previous row. Yeah, okay, so we need all 4 things. We need to check whether the rows are the same, in which case the columns need to be compared and subtracted from each other, or vice versa. So we need all 4 things. So let's get all 4 things. And I am quite pleased that I chose to test this first, because, oh my goodness. Previous call, current Because if I added all the rest of that logic without a test, and then I found out it was wrong, I would be sad. I would be sad. Current call. So if previous, let's do it, if previous call equals current call, that's this case that I'm currently testing, from what I was visualizing. If it's the same, no, I was visualizing rows. But this is fine. So previous call, so we're just going up. So it's, they're the same column, and the rows are different. So previous row 6 minus current row 2, the difference is 4. And my test is super wrong, but that's okay. Let's do, well, I don't have this case. That's the problem. This one. So if we're doing, they share a column. Oh no, I didn't deal with this case. I just was thinking, I was picturing it wrong. They're different rows, so it's going from 6 up to column 2. I mean row 2. Up to row 2, but staying in column 4 the whole time. So now this might actually be correct. Let's find out. Nope, but we're getting closer. So now segment is 6-4, then 5-4, then 4-4, then 3-4. I just forgot to add 2-4. So let's add 2-4. So that's the tweens. All segments add tween. So that's if they are in the same column. You do all that stuff. And then I think when you're done, what is this? Else, if you're not in the first iteration, you're in one of the other ones? Well, no. You don't want to do it for each iteration. So you don't want to do it here. And you see a little more of this method. So this brace ends here. And after we exit the for loop, we finish tweening. Now we add all segments dot something dot add current. Yes, I think so. Well, no, not current. What is that? Key segments. Oh. Okay. Okay. I need to have a bend in order to test the case, the bend case, because I don't want to add the bend coordinates twice. That's complicated. But let's do it. Let's do it. How do I do that? Well, current column. Get rid of this. I'll think about this later. Well, let's just get the simple case first, and then we'll figure out the rest. So while we have the current row, so for each line segment, we're going to add from the head end of it to the tail end of that line segment. We're going to add the previous key, all the tweens, and then we're not going to add the tail unless this is the last line segment. Then we add the tail. So once we've finished all the key segments, then we need to get the final key segment. And key segments. So that this is the head, and this is one of those tricky dicky things. I could go in there and get the last one at the end. That would work. It's just not very elegant because I'm getting it a few times. But it's right, so maybe I should just do that. It's right. Key segments get the last one. Get key segments dot. There is no get last on Java list, so we'll just get key segments dot size -1. That is the tail. It's fine. Tail end. And that may actually work for all cases. I have the other 3 cases to do in here, but now I think it will finish like the test passes because it's the case of a snake where the head is on the bottom, the tail is on the top, and it's one line segment, and that's the simplest case. Or one of the 4 simplest cases. So that's pretty good. Let's check it in. Snake spec and snake. Put this because I've changed the design of snake and I want these to all work. Game test. Import. What is this? Oh. Okay. Move and tile have moved to snake, the snake package. Okay, sure. So snake key segment logic in progress. Yes. And you know what I want to do? Well, maybe. I want people chatting, people visiting, to feel welcome to ask questions, because that's what creates conversation and builds community. If I just wanted to code and I didn't want to talk to anybody, I would not be streaming. So I'm going to add a command, actually a timer, to Janet to say, Amy, feel free to ask Joe questions about what's going on. We're all here to conversate and excuse me. We're all here to conversate, hang out, have fun, have a good time together. Excellent. I just feel better having that pop up once in a while. I forget what the timer is, like how long it takes. I don't know. So let's, but let me move on. So, I have successfully checked in one case. Woohoo! A case has been checked in and tested. Tests are good. And an amethyst is here, which is such a treat. Because usually it's just Nibbler. And I love Nibbler. But it's like sad that Amethyst is so cute and pretty and sweet, and people always want to see her, and they don't get to. But today they do. So now, this is the case if the previous column equals the current column. So this will be else if the diff is less than or equal to 1. So this is the case of going from a greater, which is a lower on the picture, lower on the board, row, up to a lesser row, because the rows start at 0 and they go down. Or as they get greater, they get lower on the grid. So else if diff is less than or equal to 1. I could invert that, but I'm just starting in the upper left corner and drawing, progressing from left to right, from top to bottom, from 0 to whatever, 10 or something. So if diff is less than or equal to 1, what is this going to say? Condition diff is negative 1. Else if diff is less than or equal to negative 1, then increment previous until you reach current. Int tween row equals previous row plus 1. Now I just get to invert the logic that has already been tested. While tween row is less than current row, segment tween, new segment, tween row, previous get call is actually a thing that already exists, huh? Don't need to call that. Just say previous call. All segments add tween. And then tween row plus plus. This is very repetitive, but everything is inverted, so it's a little tricky to make it a method. I could make it a method, but the method is going to have so many if blocks that I don't know if it would be better or worse. I can do it the long way, and then I can change it. So now we've done the case where the previous column equals the current column. Else, if previous row equals current row, then we're pretty much going to do all this again, except now we're going to invert wherever it says row, we're going to say column. Previous till you reach current, tween column, previous column, tween column, previous column, column, oops, that's wrong, tween row. So this will be, the order has to, this is not exactly just changing the text, it's about understanding where things go. So this is previous row, the thing that's not changing, and then tween column is the second argument passed to the segment constructor. What's this problem? Not updated inside loop. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Hold on a second. Add that. Else if diff is less than or equal to negative 1, increment tween call equals previous row plus 1. Thankfully, I don't have to think through every single one of these cases. I just have to know where to modify things, where to invert, and what to invert. So here, this is previous row, the thing that's not changing, and then this is tween call. The column goes in the second slot of the segment constructor, and that's the thing that is changing. And tween call changes here. And now we have all four cases in a very large repetitive method, which I don't like, but it's correct, maybe. And let's do a bunch of tests. Should generate complete short snake when head is to the left of tail. So if we invert these 2 to 4, then, oh, that's not even correct. When this is when head is below tail, and this is when head is above tail. So you add the head and then that, And now these just go in reverse order. Comma, cut this, whoops, cut 3, cut 4, cut 5, 6, so and so, yes. Format doesn't do a wonderful job. Oh no, it does, it's fine, because these gray row and call things aren't part of the code, so going over the line a little bit is legal here. Okay, that's probably correct. Run the snake spick. Run the snake spick. What I wanted to do today was make a conversion of text of the game to the game object, and from the game object to text for database storage. But I started thinking in the shower about what do I want the snake, how do I want to represent the snake? And I know I want it to be those corner points, and then I realized, well, I want the snake internally represented just as corner points, and I want it to also be able to be represented as a list of all of its segments, which is both for rendering and also for logic about, can the snake go in this direction if it has another snake segment that's in the way? Even if it's the middle of a line segment, it's not a key segment because the keys are on the side. It's a tween segment, but it's still in the way, so the head cannot move in that direction. So I have to have both representations of the snake in memory, or at least easily gotten in memory. So all of these pass. So this should generate complete short snake when head is below tail. Should generate complete short snake when head is above tail. 2 more. Should generate complete short snake when head is to the right of tail. So when the head is to the right, they'll share a row. And thank you, Janet. And then they'll share a row 4, and the first segment is the head, and that's the greater number because it's to the right. 2. So then we'll have 4, 6 will be the first one. 4, 6. The last one will be 4, 2. And the intermediary ones will be 4, 5, 4, 4, and 4, 3. Oops. Whoa. Above tail, something has gone terribly wrong. What happened to the right of? What? I don't know what I just did. I think I pasted when I meant to copy. Copy. That's better. To the left. Should generate complete short snake when head is to the left of tail. So now we're going to go head, then tail, and it's going to go head is on my left to tail on the right. And I'm curious what happens when I do this. This is my left, this is my right, and because I've mirrored my view of my stream, it's also your left and your right, so that's wonderful. So I can talk about left and right with my hands, and you will know what I'm talking about, left and right. I don't have to do the dance, the Zumba dance thing where I have to call my right my left, call my right left, call you know, that whole thing. 4, 2 goes here, and 4, 6 goes here, which simply means that this is going to be 5, 4, and 3, and we'll run everything and check it in, and it's correct. It's not correct. But once we make it correct, then we'll move on to testing things with bends. So here we have a problem. Interesting. What is happening here? Is So it's supposed to be 4-2 on to 4-6, but it's only those two things. So my copy-paste code is not entirely correct. If previous column is equal to previous column, oh. I didn't finish editing some of these. This is supposed to be like its brother up here, so column, column. I missed some. Column, previous row, previous row. This is previous column, previous column. Okay, that's what the tests are for. Finding those things. Yes, 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 they're all correct. All right, we got line segments. Line segments are good. That's what snakes are made of. Made of line segments. So snake, all that, and the snake spec gets all those tests. Okay, so snake line segment generation is good to go. Now we need tests for bends. Should generate good girl, Amethyst, good girl. Should generate snake with bend, where with bend in upper right corner, I guess. Should generate snake going or generate snake from upper left to upper right to lower right. Upper left to upper right to lower right. Cool. Upper left, so we'll do row 0, 2, somewhere up there. Row 0, column 2, to upper right, which is row 0, column 4, for example, and then down that column to row 4. And then when we do this, we get this 0, 2 to 0, 4, so that'll be 0, 3 and 0, 4. And then down 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, and 4, 4. I do kind of wish that I had a better way of showing these. What I could do is make a utility method in the test called S for new segment, and that would be a little shorter for making a new segment. Let's do that. So if I do this, extract method, refactor, extract method S, specify return type explicitly, use explicit return statement. Okay. S, well that didn't really work. So we'll do int row, int call, and then we'll do row call. We don't need a return statement because this is Groovy. Cut, paste, thank you. And this was 4, 6. And then new segment can just be replaced with S. And in my opinion, that's just a little bit nicer. It's not super awesome, but it's slightly nicer. S. And now we will do replace new, oopsie, replace just here. New segment with S. Cool. Format. I'm not formatting. Why aren't you formatting? I don't know. Why isn't it formatting? Probably because these gray things are not part of the code, so it's not officially over the line. What column is this? This is... It's only column 87, even though 100 is here, but these rows and columns are all screwy. Let's change this to R and change this to C. And that will slightly reduce. How much stuff is there? When I really would just want to look at the numbers, the coordinates. 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4, 6. That's significantly better. Let me check that in because I like it. And because it's a style thing more than anything else. Oh, I guess I do have a new test. Well, how about that? Let's just check in these lines, this hunk, and I thought I had more tests than this. Oh, here we go. Replace. Replace them all, except for that one. Because that's the one that defines the rest of them. And then check in this and this. Okay. Made test more concise and readable. And now we still have this new test, which I don't remember if I ran or not. Let's run it. Now that I have something that I like the way it looks. It failed. Why did it fail? Well, it's supposed to be 02 through 04, and then 04 to 44. But instead it's 02, and it skipped 04. Okay. So that's why I did it. That's why I needed a test for the bend, because I didn't know if I'd handled that correctly or not. I did not. In this very long method that needs to be refactored, I am missing some stuff. So I did tail end here, but I probably want to get rid of that because what I don't have is a part where I am where I'm putting in the heads, well, not the heads, the key points. And I'm thinking of, I need to change all of these to key points instead of key segments, because line segment sounds like a thing. I was putting segment because it looks like a worm has segments, like a caterpillar, and the snake is made of segments. But that's confusing me because the word segment in math is more commonly used for a line segment. So I would like to change that so that when I talk about it, it's really a list of points. And here's what I want to do, because I want to check that in. Check in that big change. I'm going to cut this out so I just don't have to deal with it in this in my Git review of my stuff. So this doesn't work yet because I didn't code it correctly yet. but I want to refactor. So let's go to key segments. Series of key points, which are the head, the points where the snake bends, and the tail end. This class can also generate a full list of all points, including key points, just changing my terminology, and in between points in order from head to tail. So this is going to be what I was going to call it earlier. I just changed my mind, and now I'm changing it back to add key points. And then this is add key point to the snake specify grid coordinates. Key points are the start, end, and corners of the snake where it bends. Hi, Nibbler. Amethyst is sleeping in the bowl. Oh, surprise. Surprise drama. Nibbler usually likes to have the bowl for himself, but Amethyst wants to sleep here, so can she have a turn? Is that okay? You okay with that? Yeah? You okay with that? Can she have a turn? Can you share? I know you love me and you want to be with me, but she does too. Can you share? Can you go up on the shelf or something? How's that sound? Drama. Yeah? You gonna attack her because she's in your bowl? I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to scare her out. I want you to share. Can you do that for me? Want to come on my lap? No. No, he does not. You just want a second bowl? My table's not big enough for 2 bowls up here. Not really. I mean, maybe it is. I guess it is. I could just move the bowls and put the other bowl up here. Then you could both have bowls. I could try that. Should we try that? She'll just leave if I do that, though. If I move her bowl. Sorry, Nibbler. See you later. Thanks, boy. Good boy. Wasn't that nice of him, Amethyst? He let you stay. That was very nice. It's very sweet. Today. Sometimes he sees her in the bowl and he's like, get out of my bowl. Rawr. And she's like, dude, fine. I don't want your fucking bowl. Let's see. Okay. So my problem... Oh, yeah. Key points. So key point, and then change this to add key point. This makes more sense to me, and it's worth doing. Segment is going to change. Previous. Assert key segments are aligned. That's assert key points are aligned. And that's key points. And then segment is going to change. This is get all segments, so I'll make this get all points. Good girl. All snake points, including key points, in between points, in order from snake head to snake tail. Key points, all points. And change the segment class, refactor to a point. Local variable, all of these change to points. What's the problem? Oh, he wants me to review all the things. No, just go for it. I trust you. I think. And the toString, yeah, point. And the snake spec. Invalid snake data, key point. Yep. multiple key points. And now multiple key segments, multiple key points at that place. And now let's run this again and see if it all works. It does. I've successfully changed the word segment to the word point. Yay. And snake and point and snake spec and game and game test. She's still in the bowl, Nibbler. Nibbler, come in my lap. Up. Okay. Okay. You can sit on my lap for a few seconds? Yes. Okay. Good boy. Let's see. So this is by Nibbler. Change segment to point. The terminology of segments was confusing because they weren't line segments, but we do need to talk about line segments when building the snake. Okay, now where is my test that wasn't passing? Here's the test that wasn't passing. Snake spec gets this test. Point all points. Get all points. Add key point. This. All points equals that. So this fails because I haven't finished coding the case of bending correctly. What I did was in the snake class, I have this kludgy thing, this not very elegant thing of like getting the tail end point at the end of the snake, but I don't have that anywhere else. Like I'm adding the head special and the tail special, but not the vertices, the joints of the snake. I know snakes don't have joints, but these snakes have joints. So I need to figure out where to add that. So for each, now I can say the phrase, line segment. For each line segment of the snake, there is the previous key point at one end, and that needs to be added. So we do not necessarily need this little thingy here. If you're at the 0 point, you're at the very first key point, then add that special as a head. Instead, what we want to do is before this while loop where we add the all points, the tween points, we want to add the first point of the line segment. Yeah. Previous. So here we want to add all points, add previous, and then take out a bit about the head. And one of these. Stretch. Good girl. Good girl, Amethyst. You're holding your own very well. Nibbler has come at least once to challenge you. And I helped to calm him down. But you also stood your ground. You did well. Alright. Save. Where's my phone? You know what I didn't do is I didn't put any automation for, I have automation to tweet my screenshots when I start my stream, but the emoji Tetra crowd are probably a little more interested in streams about coding than my own followers, who stop by sometimes because they like me, but they don't necessarily like coding. So let's see. First of all, am I tweeting? Yeah. Yes. There we go. Sorry, just needed to do a little bit of promotion manually, because I don't have it set up to do that automatically at the moment. That would be a whole other project. Here, so the tail end is, so now the beginning of each line segment is gonna get added. The tail end is not, and that's on purpose for each line segment, with the one exception of the very end, last line segment, the tail of the entire snake, that gets added special. So now this should be correct, and now we will run these tests and see if they all pass. Nope, not even close. So now array index out of bounds exception, -1. This one. Wow. Point. Key points get I-1. Oh, because it's not doing the 0 right. So, of course, that's what that's for. That's why I put this here. That if you're at the 0 point, you don't look for the previous. You just add this one. And snakes never have only one point. That's a game rule. So what I can do is, if I can just skip the first one, can't I? Get all points. Well, let's just do this. If key points size is less than or equal to 1, then throw new runtime exception, because that's an invalid state. Invalid snake data. Snake must have at least 2 key points. And let's have at least 2 key points. This snake, invalid snake data. Invalid snake data, only 1 key point found. And that point is key points get 0. Unless there's 0 of them. Only 1 key point found. Let's just do that. Less than or equal to 1. Not enough key points found. Not enough key points. There. Otherwise, we start at 1 and we do this. That should be correct. Just drop one of these, format, and run that test again. Everything passes. Yay! It's correct. So now instead of a special rule for the head, we guarantee that there are at least 2 key points in a snake, and then we get for each line segment in the snake, whether there's 1 line segment, 2 line segments, or more line segments, for each line segment we include the first key point, all of the tween key points, I mean all of the tween points, and then we exclude the end key point. And then for the next line segment, the end key point of the first line segment becomes the front point for the next line segment. So we include it once. And then that leaves the tail of the snake, the final point, excluded. So then we add that special and we're golden. So now we just, so now that algorithm seems like it should be correct. So now we can add some tests for more cases. And let me move this point. Point S is not a good name for that. Oh, hang on. Before I do that, ooh, my stomach's growling. I should eat. Let's check in what we got. So we got snake. Snake is fixed. Snake spec has a new test. So snake rendering fix, or rather fix snake rendering. And then I can refactor a little bit. So let's change this to P. Refactor. And then move it up above its first usage here. Refactor more. Yeah. Move method. Okay. Then as we do that, so then should generate snake from upper left to upper right to lower right. So let's do this again. But this time we'll do it from we did this kind of joint. We want to do upper right to upper left to lower left. How do we do that? So upper right is a low numbered row with a great numbered, a lesser numbered row with a greater number column. So here we'll put 4, and then we're going from upper right to upper left. So that will be the same row, a lesser column. We can do 0. And then to lower left. So we'll do same column, greater row. And now the result will be 4, 0, 4, 0, 3, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 0. And then it'll go change rows. It'll increment rows. 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0. And I know that this is hard for you to visualize if you're not in my head. If you're not drawing it yourself, I'm kind of keeping track in my head of where I'm at and drawing it a little bit in my head. There will be, oh, thank you for the follow, 3LD. This is something that I can puzzle through. Eldorino. Eldorino? I think you're going for Eldorino. Thanks for the follow, Eldorino, and for giving me a puzzle to solve in the form of your username. I enjoy puzzles. Hey, Edward. Edward UF. Not Edward the game designer. Are you Edward the game designer? How's it going, Edward? How's your evening going? Colonel Crunch. Hola. Hola, Colonel. How are you doing? How's your evening? How was your day? Okay, this is being weird, but I don't care. I'll just, there, I'll do that. Happy now? Happy? Happy? Okay. Does that pass? It should pass. I think so. How's everybody doing? Try typing random in the chat if you want to change your avatar at the bottom of the screen. Sorry, exclamation point random. Happy to see you streaming again. Thank you, Colonel. I am happy to be streaming again. It was a very long time. Life got in the way, and then my brain got in the way. Let me just change the camera so Amethyst is more in frame because she's so cute. Even though she's blocked by chat, I don't care. Don't care. That's on purpose. Do you think I should move chat to above my head and leave Amethyst alone? I should, right? Because I'm not using this space very often, so I'll do that. Let's put chat here. That looks fine. Maybe move it over a little bit like that. That's good. That's good. That looks better. So, did it pass? It passed. Yes. Commit. Commit, 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 commit. Another test. Yeah. All right. So another test with a bend. Let's do from, so we did, what did we do? Just gonna draw with my hand. From upper left to upper right. Oh, can I draw on here? I guess I could just draw with like paint or something. That would make sense too. But is there a way to draw? Oh, I don't even know. That would be silly. That would be real silly. Because I'm doing full screen. Why not just draw with paint? Let's draw with paint. Hello, paint. I've never really drawn with paint, but let's do it. Let's try a brush. Brushes. Purple. How do you get a bigger brush? Oh god, I don't know how to do this. Alright, that's fine. So, the first bend test was upper left, upper right, lower right. So we did upper left to upper right to lower right. Next, we did upper right to upper left to lower left. So now, the next one will be from upper left to... Oh, these are directional. There's 8 of them. Crap. Let's go again. So from upper left to upper right to lower right this way. And then we have from upper right to upper left to lower left this way. So now, I guess another way to look at this is go in a circle. I want to make sure all the circular directions work because there's code for every single direction. So I'm no longer using a Mac. You're correct. Yes. Maybe I should, I don't know. I could add something to the bot to say what's up with not using a Mac anymore. I used a Mac for years and I switched to Windows when my Mac died. Well, I had to travel for a family emergency, and then I brought my Mac laptop and then I brought it back, and it worked for a while, but I think with all that travel and its age, it broke. Its logic board broke, and I took it to the Apple store, and they said that they no longer fixed them for free. They had already fixed it once for free because it was like chronically breaking and they didn't want the bad press, but it was so out of date that they didn't want to do that anymore. And I was like, all right, fine, give me the hard drive and I'll do something else. Macs are the worst. Okay, Yetiman. It will work like Emoji Tetra with polls? Yes, yes it will. This is going to be Snake. This is going to be Emoji Snake game because Emoji Snake is taken, but Emoji Snake game is mine. And this will be just like Emoji Tetra, but Snake. Macs are the worst. I don't agree that Macs are the worst. I think Macs are great for some things, but they suck for other things. And all computers, every OS sucks. There's a song about it. Every OS sucks. But I decided to switch to Windows because I was so tired of Macs just not having software I wanted. There's just so many things that are harder to do on a Mac, especially if you're trying to like do Twitch streaming. There is so much more you can do with Windows, and everything for Mac is like, oh well, there is sort of a Mac version. It's still kind of behind. It doesn't do as much, but you can get it done if you're willing to work harder and or with fewer features. And it's like, I don't need this. Why am I doing this to myself? There's so much more you can do when you're using the more popular platform for which people write more software. All right, so I need to do, I thought there were 4 bends because I thought that it was just the angle of the bend. Now I realize it's the direction as well. So to be correct about this for sure, I need to do 8 of them. So I did this one, I did this one. Ooh, that's ugly. Now I'm gonna do this one. So upper right to lower left, which I already wrote incorrectly. Lower right to lower left. How are your evenings going? Edward, how's your evening? And Crunch, how's yours? What are you doing tonight? Just eating and watching Twitch, which is a very reasonable thing to do. Upper right, column 4, lower right, row, let's say 2, column 4, and then lower left, same row, row 2, column 0, column 2. We'll make this a small one. That's fine. Sitting at work, waiting to go home, and eating. Why are you waiting to go home? Why can't you just go home? What are the rules? Doesn't there have to be some different aspects to the gameplay in order to make a feasible voting game? Oh. Explain what you mean, Yeti. Explain that another way. Different aspects, different from what? So Snake is one of the very, very few games that people are familiar with, where they can come in, look at it, and be like, oh, I get what this is. Where they can vote, and there's only 4 options or less each time, like Twitter Tetra. So in both cases, like, there's no time. There's not much of a timer. Like, Emoji Tetra makes sense, but Snake is like super simple. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Snake can mostly run itself, but you do have to decide where to go. So it is going to be simpler because there's a limit to how long the snake can get, so that's the high score. And there's a limit to how many places you can go, like what directions you can go in. But there is a puzzle to be solved once the snake is long enough of like, how do we get the apple that's like far away and blocked by the snake body? How do we wrap correctly? And what strategy should we use so we don't screw up and block ourselves in and fail early? And that's going to be the challenge. So I think it will be interesting. I don't think it will be as complex as Emoji Tetra. I agree about that. So this is 0-4 to 1-4 to 2-4. And then from 2-4 to 2-3 to 2-2. And now that I have some longer ones, I don't mind having some of these other tests be shorter. I work at a cinema. Oh, Crunch is at a cinema. As much as I would like to abandon customers in their theaters, my bosses wouldn't be very happy if I didn't lock up. I see. I was picturing an office, and I was like, how do you sit in an office watching Twitch, you know, having some downtime where you're allowed to just, you know, watch something, or where you can get away with it, but then you're not going home. Why not just go home if you're not doing anything? And I was forgetting that, like, lots of jobs are about sitting and waiting for customers, and you don't have to be active all the time, but you have to be ready. And you certainly have to wait for the end of the movie, wait for the end of the thing that's happening. That's cool. That's cool. I hope your shift was okay and you didn't get any nasty customers. Another Twitter game, consider writing myself, is 2048. Oh, I have notes for that. That's weirder. Qualidafiel. Qualidafiel? Am I saying your username correctly? Qualidophile. I want to say it correctly because it's an interesting word I never heard of before. Lower right to... Well, that's not right. I'm confused. I'm confused. That's why I'm drawing this. Close enough. Okay. That's it then. That means I'm saying it wrong, but it'll do. Qualidophile. So upper right to lower left. Okay. Oh, that is the last one. Okay. Now we'll do... I'm just going to rotate these. So the next one will be like this. So it'll be lower left to lower... No, lower right to lower left. Oopsie. From lower right to lower left to upper left. And once I have all these bends, then I'll be pretty confident. Then I'll do one that's a weird, interesting snake, and then I'll be like, there, it's solved. That's everything. Lower right, so that's a great number for the row, like 6, and a great number for the column, like 4, and then for the lower left, yeah, 2048 is interesting. It can be done, but I had a lot of conversations with people on Twitter about that because they were like, let's do 2048, and I was like, how? How do you do it? How do you line it up with emojis that are in a grid? And there's no white space you can use. There's no consistent monospace you can use. It's like, how do you do it? It's unclear. I think you could switch away from emojis towards monospaced characters that Twitter does support. That might work, but you'd have to use nothing but monospaced characters, and you'd have to pad all of your boxes so that the widest one of them is the width of that box, and then you couldn't use any white space, I don't think, because I don't think white space I don't think monospace fonts that Twitter uses have monospaced space characters, blank white space characters. They might, but I have to try it and see. So that's one way to do it, is with monospaced fonts. I think it would look a little weird. I think you'd have a lot of dots or dashes, but it might work. That's if you really wanted to do numbers and make it really like 2048. The other way is to just use emojis that group together from, like, if you have a 1 emoji and a 1 emoji, which, sorry, Samsung, you can't see them, but everybody else can. And you combine them together and they become 2, but then you have 2 and 2, combine them together, they become 3. And that's important. And you have 3 and 3, they become 4. That would create the same gameplay as 2048 without the binary adding. Without, like, adding them together, you'd just be incrementing them with all the same rules. That might work, and it would just be a really small board, 4x4, or possibly a little padding of some kind. And then I just have to have the algorithm for how you generate the new ones and stuff. But there are numeric emojis, yes, but there are not. There's no space character that's the same width as emojis. Doesn't exist on any platform. I've looked and looked. No one's been able to find it. It hasn't been invented yet. I even talked to somebody at Twitter who was like, that's weird. We should probably have that. And I'm like, yeah, you probably should. But they don't. And so you could use numeric emojis. You just have to pad everything else with blank space emojis as well, which you could do it that way. That would also work. Twitter doesn't allow image plus survey. No, someone told me yesterday that Twitter is testing image plus poll in one tweet only for, like, special accounts, only for verified, like, famous people. But if that's true, there's a good chance that they will eventually roll that out. And that opens the door to all kinds of things. All kinds of poll games can be done once you have like pictures as well. So 6-4 will be down here. 6-4. Then same row, 6. Lesser column to the left will be 2. And then same column 2, but lesser row 4. So 6-4 is the head of the snake. 6-3 is the tween. 6-2 is the bend. Then the column stays the same as we go up the column from row 6 to row 5 to row 4 in column 2, and that's it. And I gotta eat. I'm getting hungry. What's funny is that numeric emojis would not work on Samsung, which is a pretty big portion of users. But monospace Twitter fonts, those would work. I'm just not sure if they would. I don't know if there's punctuation or spaces for the monospace Twitter fonts. I don't know. It's worth talking about though. 2048 would be an interesting one. It might work. It might be fun. Should generate snake from, okay, next. This one's done. Oh, did it work? Run. Yes, it worked. Check it in. More test. Next. And the last one in this chain is from lower left to upper left to upper right. Oopsie. Lower left to upper left to upper right. Lower left is a lesser column. We can do 4, that's fine. A greater row, 6-4, sure. Then we'll go upper left, same column, lesser row, to upper right, same row, greater column. A little bit confusing, but that's what's going on. So 6-4 to 5-4 to 4-4, and then 4-5 to 4-6. What Java libraries do you use to talk to Twitter for Emoji Tetra? Maybe I'll try doing a spike. I use Twitter for J, but I had to kind of add to it to make it do polls, because there's no Twitter API for polls. But if you go to the Emoji Tetra Twitter bio and click the link, you can get all the source code, and you can look at, see what I did. If you want to do polls. If you just want to do tweets, then Twitter for J will do it just fine. Oh. Parentheses. Very good. Very important. Run this. It passes. That's great. I could check it in, but at this point, I think I know what I'm doing. So we did 5. We need three to go. So now we're going to do this one. Upper. What is it? Upper left to lower left to lower right. Boom, boom, boom. Upper left will be, let's just do 0, 0. Lower left will be 0, 2. Lower right will be 2, 2. Easy peasy. 0, 0. 0, 2. No. 0, 1. Then 0, 2. Then 1, 2. And then 2, 2. Okay. Next. Next will be this way, lower left to lower right to upper right. Lower left is a... I really want to learn Java, but I can't find any real good resources when it comes to the different build tools like Gradle. I feel your pain. I do. I don't know Gradle very well. I use it. It's how I build all my projects, but I kind of rely on, like, here's what I need to know, here's what I need to change, and then I just Google stuff when I need it. It is not intuitive, and it is not an interface that reveals itself and lets you explore. It's very hidden. You have to look everything up. Once you have a project solved, like, once you have a project that you can build, and you have your workflow, you don't have to worry about it. It's not like you have to get good at Gradle. You just have to have a build file that works, that does what you want. If it doesn't do what you want exactly, then you keep Googling until you get it to do what you want. And then you have it, and it's pretty much good to go. Occasionally you have to Google something to change about it, but not that much. Lower left to lower right to upper right. Lower left. So lower left will be a great numbered row, 4, and a lesser numbered column. I'm gonna make it 2. Lower right, same row, greater column. Upper right, this is the benefit of mirroring my camera. So my left is also your left, which is nice. So now lower right, 4, 4, to upper right, which means same column, lesser row. Simple. 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 2, 4. Is this good music? It's okay. I'm gonna get rid of it. Next. Oh, why does that happen? Why? Sometimes my Twitch chat just bugs out. It's sad. Good girl, Amethyst. Spending time with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, she's hiding from the light. Poor girl. Poor girl. She doesn't want to be a star. She doesn't want light in her face. Neither do I. That's why I changed my lighting. Let's see. She generates snake from... No. Here we go. I think I did this one. I think this is the last one. So now we go... I'm like taking this thing and turning it. So we'll do this to here. So this is lower right to upper right. To upper right. To upper left. So lower right would be great number. Oh my god, Twitch is working. Hello. Wait, I don't know how to pronounce your name, your username. Moku Megain? I've seen you on Twitter a lot, but I don't know how to pronounce. I'm gonna call you Moku. It's fine. Moku Megain. Moku Maka. Yeah, the first part right. I'll just call you Moku then. Okay, Moku. What does it mean? Or what is it from? Last part isn't gain. Gane? Is it like Spanish? Gane. Moku Gane. What language is that? It sounds like a mixture of Spanish and Japanese and something from Africa. It's a Japanese metalsmithing technique. Oh, Moku Gane. Okay, so it was one of those things that I guessed. It's definitely, like, it sounds Japanese, but the usage of the letters to make the sounds is very similar to Spanish. Hi, Amethyst. One of the chatters wants to pet you. I'm sorry. Okay. From lower right to upper left. Lower right is two greater numbers. We'll just put 6, 6 to upper right, so same column, lesser row, to upper left, same row, lesser column. Lettuce looks trippy with the chroma key. Lettuce? Oh, did I show you my lettuce? Let me see. Oh, like when I put lettuce in my mouth, like. Oh yeah. Whoa. There's a hole in my face. That's funny. I didn't think about. Don't put green food on screen. That's alright. I have green in my chair thing anyway. Which I should probably redo, so it doesn't have green. But whatevs. Alright, 6, 6. 5, 6. And 4, 6. And then 4... Oh, maybe this is a little too far. I don't want it to be that long. 4, 6 to 4, 5 to 4, 4. I have other tests where it's a little longer. I don't need it to be too long. So that's all of those. I did them correctly. They all pass. I think I did them correctly. More tests. Actually, let's just amend latest commit. More test commit. Okay. I don't need a ton of commits just having more tests. They're all similar. And now, okay, so I've done all of the I've done different line segments. I did line segment going horizontally to the right, horizontally to the left, vertically up, and vertically down. And then I did these snakes that have 2 line segments that are going in each of the possible arrangements of 2 line segments. They all work. That's great. So it should work fine for any kind of snake of any configuration. So now, let's just do one more test for a much more complex snake. So if we do 0, 1, 2, 3, you can't land on odd numbers. They exist in the grid, but you can't land on them. And 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll start at 4, 4. Hold on, let's get a different color. And draw this. This is programming. We're programming. Yay. Sure, whatever. This is my first time using Paint for anything besides screenshots. Okay. And now we'll take this and then we'll do, we'll make a snake like this. And then it goes here. And then it goes here, 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 here. And then it goes here. Sure. So So that's adequately complex. And I could just take those key points and plug them in. So we got 4, 4. Should generate complex snake from a long list of key points. And the key points are 4, 4. And then it's row first. So 0, 4. Good girl, Amethyst. Do I have food in my hands? Is that why you're doing that? Probably. Sorry. Sorry I got your fur dirty. 0, 2. Hi, Rachel. How are you doing? It's been so long, I know. So long since I've been on screen. How are you doing, Rachel? How's it going? 2, 2 is the next one. That's here. Then we got 2, 0 because rows first. So row 2, column 0. 2, 0. 2, 0. I literally was hoping you would start a new coding project stream the afternoon before you started streaming this one. Oh, you just saw that I had already started. Yes. So excited to see you code stream again. Yay! I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming. I'm making Snake, but I'm making it on Twitter with polls. And I got Amethyst. This is like the real treat, is that like, normally Nibbler is up here, because he's very faithfully my companion on the desk, and Amethyst doesn't come up here. But today she did? I think because I spend a lot of the day, like, I wanted to stream earlier, but I kept playing with the cats, and so she's very happy with me right now. Because I gave her what she wanted. She sat in front of the door, and she was, like, waiting for toys. She was like, "Mm." And I was like, you're communicating very politely and very clearly, and I'm going to reward you by acquiescing. I will do as you asked and play with you right now with those toys. Row 6, column 0. Row 6, column 0. I'm doing great, just streamed some Half-Life 2 and it was equal parts fun and horrible. Do you like Half-Life 2? I finished it and I still don't know if I understand the hype. Precious. Oh, precious baby. She is. And she's finally facing the camera because she finished her nap, and I think because I petted her just now, I must have, like, not smelled good. Because now she's got to clean all of the Joe off of her. All of the gross stuff of whatever was on my hand. So 6-0, that's done. Hey, now that there's people in chat, if I have any dropped frames or problems in the video, please let me know. I changed the setting, but I have Pretzel Rock's music running, which was causing dropped frames last time, or it seemed to coincide with dropped frames whenever it switched songs. And I want to see if I can run Pretzel Rocks if I turn off low latency Twitch, which I've done today. What are you coding, Rachel? I see you tweeting about coding sometimes. What are you working on? Or doing, if you could talk about it. Fishbones, all good here. Good to see you in stream, Joe. Oh, thank you, Fishbones. Thank you so much for confirming that. So far, so good. Okay, great. And I assume I lag. How long is the lag? Like, how long before I notice your comment? Is it like 10 seconds, 30 seconds? I think the story is fabulous. The voice acting is great in Half-Life 2. Wow, I am not terribly interested in horror generally. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I came to it late. So it was like probably like huge breakthroughs in gaming at the time. And because it was famous, I eventually played it and I was like, yeah, it's fine. But I don't know if I get the big fuss, but that's probably because like I played Batman first. so that's better. So I'm like, I don't know. Batman Arkham Asylum is a better game. Very minimal. Oh, good. Okay, well then low latency isn't doing too bad of a job. Code that I use mostly for work, Bash and Ops, and Python. Well, that still can be interesting. 5-ish seconds. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I guess low latency is, or not necessary. Maybe Twitch is fixing some of their latency problems. Thank you very much. Oh, you love it. Okay, well, I'm glad you love your work. Excellent to love your work. 6-0 is that one. 6-6 is the next key point. Oh, Rachel, thank you so much for the subscribing with Twitch Prime. It was really nice of you. I appreciate it very much. You now have full access to my one emote, which is Amethyst. Amethyst is a little girl. Because you only get one emote when you're an affiliate. And that's my emote. I was going to replace it with Nibbler with his tongue out, but yeah, now you can just, whenever anything nice happens, you can just spam a bunch of Amethyst emote. I was going to replace it with Nibbler because he's the mascot of the stream. He's the one who's always here. But now Amethyst is on the stream, which is so surprising. And Nibbler came on the table earlier and was like, Amethyst, what are you doing here? And we all looked at each other like, now what? Was he going to attack her? For being in his chair? I talked him down. He left. I was like, you need to share. She's doing it now. Are we okay? And he was like, okay. And he left. Are you leaving, Amethyst? No, you're just grooming. Let me just, let me fix your camera. Everybody wants to watch you groom. Oh, Fishbones, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. And I apologize for the chewing sounds, but if I don't eat, then I either have to stop streaming and go eat, or I got a headache, and I don't want a headache. I worked very hard to be able to stream without getting a headache by changing my lights around, doing a lot of research. And now I can eat and not have lights in my face. And I can stream and not have a headache. And it's very nice. Very nice. Hey, Amethyst. You're awake. Yes, I'm talking loudly. You want a toy? I don't have any toys around here. She's gonna probably go have dinner pretty soon. Alright, so 6-6, and then the last one in this thing that I drew was row 2, column 6. No headaches allowed. Hydrate and calorate. Oh yeah, hydrate and calorate. Hey, where's Hydration Box? She's finished cleaning, and she's sensing that dinner might be on the horizon. And she's alerted to the possibility. She doesn't really like eating, which is weird. But, well, she's picky about the food. She loves eating, but she doesn't like most food that if she's already had it. She's like, I've eaten this already. Give me something new. Row 2, column 6. That's the last one. So, this is going to be a long one, but here we go. So, we start with the head of the snake at 4-4. Then we're going to go to 0-4 by way of 3-4, 2-4, no, 2-4, 1-4, and 0-4. Then, let's put this a little more, a few times. Alright, so that's, oopsie. Yeah, 0-4, 0-4. Okay, so then we got 0-4, now we got to get to 0-2. So we'll go to 0-3, and then 0-2, and we're rendering the snake, numerically. We gotta get from 0-2 to 2-2. So we'll go to 1-2, 2-2, and then 2-1, Hold on in the chat. I will look at that in 1 second. Okay, 2-2, we're up to here. Okay. Maybe not. Her namesake isn't picky about food. That's true. Amethyst will eat anything. But this Amethyst will not. She used to be a little more flexible. Her ear moved back. Amethyst? Yes, her ear moved back. She knows her name. She's a little more picky. But I think I just have to get her some variety, but like get her introduced to the variety slowly and safely so she doesn't get sick from it. Cats are delicate. 5060, because we're up to here. And now we got to get from 60 to 66. So we'll go 61, 62, 63, 64. Please tell me if the music is too loud. 65. This song seems like it might be louder because I can hear it. So my speakers are hopefully not hitting the microphone, but they're it's just a louder song. It's kind of pretty. 5, 6. Oops. Let's copy this. Okay, chat. Let me catch up on chat. Rotten burritos. Oh, that's right. Well, she's not a real body. She's like a light. Amethyst on Steven Universe is like a light projection or something. Energy. Would love to play some more Jackbox Party with you sometime. Oh, Rachel, that is such a good idea. I've been thinking about that. Time with you and Kelsey was a fun time. I would love to do that too. I'm trying to get some of my project done, partly just to like get practiced streaming and also to get in the habit of like getting some coding done, getting some streaming done. But I wanna mix it up and do more than just coding, and like basically any games that involve chat but aren't horrifically gross, I'm all for. And I kind of want to make some too. Janet made you confess how fun it was. How did she do that? Oh, she said feel free to ask questions about what's going on. Well, that's good. I just added that timer just a little while ago. All right, enjoy your dinner, Amethyst. Bye. Good girl. See you later. Let's turn that off. I need to learn how to do like keyboard shortcuts, or you know what I need to do is like chat commands or something, so that I could hide the kitty cam when the cat leaves. There we go. Now you can see that all my tests passed instead of seeing my cats. Music is okay hand. Okay hand. I'm trying to picture what okay hand would look like if it were rendered properly. I guess it's okay. 4, thank you for telling me. 3, a good balance. Okay, good. Thank you, Fishbones. A light projection who loves burritos. Loves all kinds of things. She loves whatever. Yeah, I named Amethyst because I wanted to name her Amethyst. Oh, I think that's wrong. 2-6 is the last. That's the tail of the snake. That's the last point. Amethyst is having her dinner and she's excited. We've been feeding her stuff she likes recently, so she's a little more excited about dinner. But also, she's not a morning person. She kind of gets a little like queasy in the morning, so she doesn't really like to eat. She's more of an evening enthusiastic eater. But if the food's delicious enough, she'll come. We were feeding her some stuff she didn't like for a while, and it was bad. She would hide. She'd be like, I don't want to, don't make me. Eat any stage of freshness or decay. Yes, Amethyst on the show will eat anything. I never remember those hotkeys that set up an OBS. Yeah. Amethyst impression is adorable. Oh, I don't know what I did. She's I spend a lot of time with Amethyst. I know her pretty well. Okay hand is index finger and thumb touching to make a circle. The remaining fingers pointed upward. Got it. You mean the... Yes, I got it. I got it. Thank you. And to be clear, the grossy white supremacists cannot take okay hand from me. Fair enough. Yeah, well, they try to ruin nice things. But there are some things that are too universal. Pepe the Frog is not one of them. Pepe the Frog is insignificant culturally, except for white supremacy, and therefore is not welcome in my chat. There are people on Twitch who insist Pepe the Frog has extra meaning, and I'm like, nope, not anymore. I always remember the hotkeys, but forget I can use them when I need them. What are they? You have to make them, right? I don't even know how to make them. Maybe you could teach me, or I can Google it. I can Google it. More tests. Okay, cool. The snake class works now. Now we have to go back to the game test. This is what I wrote last time, and I don't know if it's correct anymore. Row 6, I think it is correct, because I changed this key point thing, so it's just this, 3 key points, and then it renders like this. So this is the game grid, rendered in a different emoji set so that Windows can handle it, because Windows sucks at emojis. Yeah, Pepe is a cultural train wreck. A talk by him at XOXO, a conference you would love, Joe, about all his legal battles to stop all the dickheads from using Pepe. Oh, I know, but didn't do any good. It's still not something I would use, but the creator of it is combating it legally, which is cool. He's cool, and the origin of it is cool, but that's not good enough. Lots of things start out cool and end up not cool. Yeah, working snake. Yes, yes. Let's hype it up with some amethyst emotes for working snake. Just realized Streamlabs OBS can be shortened to slobs and slow BS. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough for them. Woohoo, amethyst. Let's run this and see if it's still correct. It is. Fantastic. The snake class works. So this means that now I can effectively store the entire game state, because the game state is basically just the key points of the snake, the position of the apple, current score. I can't think of anything else. That's it. Let's hear it for functional snake classes. Woohoo! So now, the game class, which is filled with emoji tetra nonsense, is going to go away. Do I have fire in here? I need to make sure I get rid of fire. Oh, I do have fire. No, I didn't get rid of... Oh, is emoji... Oh, you know what? I may have to take a little detour and go make a change to emoji tetra. It doesn't matter too much, because I'm just looking at emoji tetra's game state to see if it's about to end, because it had a real bad day. Yeah, it's about to end. Oh boy. I've been meaning to get rid of the fire. That's an option in emoji tetra. Wait, why is this blue? What did I change? Oh, just this thing? That's fine. I'm sure this question has been asked before, but how much has emoji tetra consumed your life in its upkeep? I mean, I spend more time policing the community and talking to people and answering questions than upkeeping the code. But I do fix bugs, and I do like add new emoji sets when there's holidays, and I've just been really busy trying to get other stuff working to Twitch stream again before I get too much into adding emoji tetra features. And I also want to make a bunch of other games before I like keep on adding Emoji Tetra features. So it could totally consume my life if I wanted to add all the features. And it will eventually, but I don't want to make it super polished to make it everything it can be before I just start having a proliferation of more games first. So to answer your question, I don't know. Some months it's a lot. I definitely look at it on Twitter a lot, and I play it a lot, and I talk to people about it on Twitter a lot. Where are the things with the things? Here it is. Fire. Is the fire still here? I don't see it. Do any of these look like fire? Oh, here's fire. So the fire didn't work well when it was books. That's a very bad combination. But even with clothes, fire is a weird... it's a weird way to end a game because of what the board is made of. So, spend more time policing the community answering questions than I do on Technical Upkeep. The open source story, yeah, absolutely. Not that many people want to go to GitLab, make an account, and like file like feature requests, but a few of those. But tons of people on Twitter, either having questions or just want to interact with them and answer their questions, but also like having fun with them, and also just looking for people who are making the community worse, because as the community grows, it's more likely to get more jerks. And it's Twitter, there's jerks, so just got to keep blocking them. I can't write code yet that doesn't constantly require fixing. Well, that's what the tests are for. The more tests you have, the less fixing you have to do. All code constantly requires fixing, yeah. It depends what it's gonna do. Like if Twitter changes something, then yes, I'll have to fix it, or just abandon it. So if I take out this fire thing, which I would like to do, then what's happening over here? Project. Hello, there we go. And then I run the tests for Emoji Tetra. What do I got? So Twitter poll maker, I changed the tweet ID of what I was looking at because I don't have a utility yet to tell the raw poll results when there's like a tie or something, or 100% for one choice. It's rounded on Twitter, so you can't tell if it's really 100% or if it's really a tie. So you can just see the percentage number as a whole number. But it's like 300 votes, so you can't tell if there's like one vote that's different. So I use this to look at individual tweets once in a while to check the raw numbers. I'd like to make a utility that anybody can use to check the raw numbers, probably on Glitch.io, but I have to figure out how to do that and how to have credentials in there that are no big deal. I'm not sure how to do that because I don't want people to like use that account and post nasty stuff and get it suspended. Hey Joe, I thought you couldn't make more Twitter bots anymore with Twitter's new bot and dev policy changes. What is all this testing surgery? Yeah, Rachel, that's probably true. And I will quit as soon as they stop me. Although somebody at Twitter wants me to come so that they can ask me questions about the API usage. So I have a list of stuff and be like, well, I haven't done any of your dev stuff, and I use the Twitter for iPhone credentials because it's the only way to post polls. And most of the developers that I know who make Twitter bots have said that when they tried to get permission officially, they got turned down and their bots got suspended, like their existing ones. So I'm not going to risk it. Why would I risk it? The only reason why I can make a bunch of them now is because as I thought of many Twitter bot ideas, I was making accounts, giving them phone numbers already, so I have them. One of them got suspended instantly for no apparent reason. I just didn't do whatever they wanted me to do, like, instantly. So they were like, suspicious, done, bye, goodbye. But the rest are just sitting there. They're just unused accounts. And they have phone numbers, so they're like probably good to go for tweeting. So I should be able to use them. But there's definitely a limit because I only have so many, and you know, we'll see what I can do before Twitter just starts ending everything. You just did the cutest Uber. Okay, what's the cutest Uber? You just did the cutest Uber. What does that mean? So the snake game, is that shoots and ladders or something else? It's something else. It's something that people had on their TI-85 calculators. It's where the snake starts out short and you tell it to move in a grid and to go eat an apple, because apparently snakes eat apples, because I guess this is like the Garden of Eden, except that snake didn't eat the apple. I don't know. But then whatever eats an apple, it gets a little bit longer. So then the snake, as it gets longer and longer, there's always one apple to eat. Whenever it eats an apple, a new apple spawns elsewhere on the grid. So then whenever it eats an apple and it gets a little bit longer, the snake starts to get in its own way. As it gets really, really, really long, it gets harder and harder to get access to the far corner of the grid where the apple might be. So it eats a whole bunch of apples that happen to spawn nearby, it gets really long, and now it's tangled up in itself and it has to find a way out. And then it has to find a clever way that's like chasing its own tail, so it makes longer and longer patterns of like staircases as it fills up the board. And the goal is to completely fill the board with the snake and not leave a single blank spot in the grid. Then you have the maximum score. That's what it is. And that's Nibbler crying off in the distance. A lot of nibbles from QBasic. That's what it is. There's hundreds of versions of Snake. It was a little grade school girl and her father. Oh. The little girl was all sobbing, going, I want Emmeline. What? So her father isn't her favorite? But he's good enough. Oh, because she settled down when he agreed to sleep in her room. Aww. We're about to lose the Emoji Tetra game. I know, Qualidaphia. And Amethyst. She went to go have dinner. Maybe she'll come back. Or maybe Nibbler will come. Daddy has to break his back on the floor. I hope you move something comfortable in there. Yes. So we are about to lose the Emoji Tetra game, which is tragic for those who are invested in it. And for me, it just means I need to get ready to change the high score and make sure that the next theme is not the same one, because that's annoying. Okay, so we're gonna have this randomly chosen for this unit test instead. Random in air quotes. Like this. Because I've changed the list of emojis used for the game over screen. So now I need to... so now, because that list is a different list, choosing one randomly with a specific random seed is going to have a different result in the unit test. So I have to change a unit test because I changed that list. This happens every time I change that list, or in any list of static things. Should tweet without a poll when game ends. This one says that it's supposed to be this. And there. This is what, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. And 1. Run all the tests again. Unshun. Rachel, you're my only subscriber. I think there were some subscribers months ago when I was streaming, but you know, it's been a long time. Why would they keep subscribing? I'm not streaming. She calmed down more when Daddy agreed to see if Emmeline would be awake after they have breakfast. So were you driving this Uber or are you sharing this Uber? I assume you're sharing this Uber because you said that you were working in a movie theater. So it'd be weird if you were suddenly driving an Uber right after that, although it's possible. Or you mean you got this was your way to work? I don't know. Never mind. Whatever. You were in an Uber. It's cute. A random seed test. Yeah. Yeah. Don't shun us. Well, honestly, that much Amethyst time in the bowl, that was a treat. We should be thankful. Thank you, Amethyst, for gracing us with your presence. Fishbone said a quick look, got worried about the state of the Emoji Tetra playfield. Oh, there's plenty to worry about. It's real bad. It's real bad. I think I missed something in chat earlier when I was reading the story about the Uber. I'm sorry if I missed something in chat. I apologize. I can't find it now. Oh, stay hydrated, bot. Thank goodness. Where would I be without you? I'd be thirsty. The Stay Hydrated bot owner replied to me on Twitter and told me how to fix the thing that I thought was broken. Thanks, Cedric. Also, you have like little things in the stream. Where am I pointing? I should be pointing like that way. All these little things, all these little people down here. Those are your avatars. You can change those with commands that in chat. Sips of the wine. Did not comment on what type of drink. What? Yeah. The simplest is exclamation point random gives you a random new avatar. And then there's lots of other things you can do that are in the instructions from, I think I put them in here. Yes. So that link has all the stream avatars chat instructions, which Janet can support. Okay, so that fixes, that takes out the fire, so we won't be burning the clothes. We'll be doing something else with them. And let me commit that. Let's see if I can race the clock and get this done before the game ends. Probably. So we'll take out the fire. We'll fix this test and this test. This one doesn't matter. That's not tested. That's just a main method that I use manually once in a while. Commit. This is actually... I don't like you saying the word actually anymore. People killed the word actually. This is an issue. Like an open issue on Emoji Tetra. So let's do this commit right. Issues, list, fire. Remove fire, because it's disturbing when combined with books. And I don't want to make complex logic, just get rid of the fire. So this is number 59. Number 59, remove fire emoji from game over screen options. And then, oh no. Failed to push some refs. Updates were rejected because the tip of your current branch is behind its remote counterpart. Integrate the remote changes. Your commit succeeded, but your push failed. To retry your push, use the push toolbar. I know what happened. So I redid, no, that's not true. Oh, Origin Master's off to the side. Oh, because I changed the, what do you call it? The FAQ. I changed the README on GitLab's website. I didn't pull that change down. So blah, blah, blah. Here we go. So master, uncommitted changes. Oh, here's the README. That's the change that got pulled in. But we are still here, so... Oh. What? Oh, uncommitted changes. But that's what I wrote on... I don't know, whatever. Okay, so discard this, doesn't matter. This... Discard this because it doesn't matter. Because I didn't write it here. It's stored on the server. So now I just have to rebase my local master on top of Origin Master, and now it's all in a straight line. And now I can push. And that should work fine. If I'm logged in and have my keys authenticated. Okay, good. So we have that change done, but we don't really, because don't apologize for talking. The more you chat, the more the community grows. I want conversation. This place is pretty chill. How often do you stream, Joe? Thanks, Fishbones. I stream about once every 8 months. No, I'm trying to stream more often. I haven't gotten a schedule yet, and I haven't gotten... I'm working on my habits and changing my personality so that I stream more often. Yeah, when there's a project, seems like for a while it was Emoji Tetra, now we're in Snaketown. It's, I had lots of things I wanted to stream, but I got interrupted, and then I had to get my... I was like, okay, now I gotta get back to streaming. Like I had to take a few months off to go deal with stuff, and then I was like, okay, let's get back to it. And then my computer broke, and then I was like, crap. And I was not happy with that computer anyway, because it was a Mac, and it was things it didn't do, and it was old. But I didn't want to buy a new Mac, because Macs are expensive, and they don't do all the things I want to do. They just don't. So I was like, I'll get a Windows machine. And I was researching it. I was like, I guess I'll build one. And that went into a long process of learning about everything you could possibly learn about building a computer, buying the parts, choosing everything. Spent months on the case. The case is so complicated. Oh God, the case was half the research. Really, the case was half the research, because it's the only part that defines what you're going to be able to do, and how loud it's going to be, and what it's going to look like, and how it's... Well, how loud it's going to be is really important, but where you can put it, and how powerful it can be without being too hot, and without being too loud. And all of this, so many reviews, and so much detail. And I got one, it's fine, it's quiet, it's good. So I take too long to do things. I get real involved with doing them right, especially if they're expensive. And then there was just other problems, other things to have to deal with to get streaming working, and I fixed all the things. And I just got into the habit of saying, whatever it takes, just make the hobby making it easier to stream. The easier I make it to stream, the more I'll stream. And that's what I'm trying to get to, is just like, make it easy. As long as it's easy to stream, I will stream. Because I'm good at it once I get over, the jitters and stuff. Rachel, please don't apologize for talking a lot when you're here. Please do. Did you forget you gave me push access? What? I what? Hoping to soak up some tips on Git usage. Oh, I got tips. Well, not really that good at it myself, but I'm willing to tell you what I know. what I consider important. Do you do all your Git via GUI, Joe? I try to. I don't really find the command line much fun. I don't find it that much better. There are things that are harder to do in the GUI, but not many. The GUI's pretty good now. Okay, so I built version 1.15, which has the fire thingy gone, and now we're racing the clock. So I'm going to catch up in chat in a minute. First, I'm going to find that file that I just made. It's under build libs this, Emoji Tetra 1.15 all. And let's upload it. We're deploying. Amazon console. Get in here. Once Microsoft bought GitHub, I moved completely over to GitLab, and I actually like it a lot better than GitHub. I do too, crunch. Except for the non-existent public search. Yeah. I don't like that people think I don't have projects because they look on GitHub, and I have to change my GitHub to point to my GitLab or something. I'll do something later if I need to show off something. Let's go to Lambda. And there's one other thing I know of that GitLab is missing, which is versioned notes or gists or whatever they call them. GitHub calls them gists, and you can upload one and then upload another one and then go back to a previous version of it. GitLab, last I looked, doesn't have versioned gists. They copy everything else in GitHub really, really well. Plus they give you free private repos, which GitHub charges a huge amount to have private repos. the whole acquisition scared the hell out of me. I think Microsoft is by and large a pretty good company now. They have a legacy of terrible evil, but they are now less evil than Google. Who knew? But I've read bad things about GitHub and about GitLab. Different things. Both about oppression in different ways. So neither one's perfect. But for now, I'm alright on GitHub. I mean GitLab. Where am I going? Dev, emoji tetra, build, libs, this. Is this the right one? Tetra. Yes. I once uploaded the file to the wrong lambda, and that was bad. It just didn't work. I think GitLab is beautiful, but all my shit is on GitHub still. I have my private stuff on GitLab. Exactly. I tried installing GitLab, but it is so huge. Oh, you don't have to install it. I mean, you could, but... okay. So now there should be no fire when this game ends. Yeah, you don't have to install it. You can, but you could just use GitLab.com. It's free. Only ever just added their GitLab remotes for my own stuff. Yeah, your own GitLab installation. Interesting. Interesting. Yes, I know you're kidding, Rachel. I know I didn't give you push access because I haven't given anyone push access, and I honestly don't even know if I know how. AWS! Yay! Amazon has problems, but why do I love using AWS? Yeah. Same. GitLab has their problems too. GitHub had a whole thing about how they didn't treat their trans employees very well. So I switched to GitLab, and then people were like, well, you know, GitLab is really slow to respond to people saying there's all these repos where like white supremacists are doing stuff and congregating on GitLab. It's like, okay. I don't know what to do. And my chat just blanked out again. Something wrong with Twitch. Alright. So that's good. Hey, let's just have a look, eh? Let's just see. While we're on the subject of Emoji Tetra, what's going on in Emoji Tetra land? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Plummet that. Oh, that's gonna clear too. Oh, that could be fine. That could be fine. This could totally come out okay. No, it can't. Probably not. Very unlikely. What's the Git GUI you're using? Oh, that's a good question. Replacement for Gitkraken. I looked at Gitkraken and it asked me to log in, and I was like, okay. And then I started to try it, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. Why do people love this so much? This is called SourceTree. It's from Atlassian. They make Jira and Confluence. It's good, except for its font size cannot be edited in the most important view, which is the list of things here. I'm pointing as if you're seeing what I'm seeing. The list of things there that we're looking at right now. You can change the font in this area, but that's not important because that's not where you spend your time looking. What's important is looking here to manage all of your commits. And they had, for a long time, they refused to make the font size bigger. They said it's too hard. And, oh, Moku, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. It might be fine. Could it? Well, let's talk about it. So what could happen? Let's do this. And no, I don't have code ready to like manipulate the next piece. Although I could sit here and write it, but I'm not going to. Like, how would you fix this? So this thing goes down here, right? And then this thing goes here, and that means that this row goes away. So okay. So then this row goes here, and this row goes here, and I think this row goes here, and this row goes here. So then you have this thing. Oh, sorry. It's going to clear 2 rows. So that's why it's like, you know, not so bad. Not so bad. So you copy this, and you put this like this, and you put this like this. And then, you know, that's not so bad, right? Because then you put this thing, I don't know. Yeah, it's not good. I'm not saying it's good. It's bad. It's not good. Because they could put this upside down. It could go, maybe it goes up here, like this. And then that's super bad because you're going to have to clear a whole lot of stuff before you ever get anywhere close to this. But that's just how it is. Because you're never going to clear this anyway until you clear this. Until you clear like this line. So you might put this like in the hole here. Like that. Like that's probably what they'll do, right? Because they don't like to stand things up over here. Oopsie. They don't like to go like that because they don't like to cover things like this, even though sometimes it's probably a good idea. But you know, I'll probably stick that in there, and then maybe if you get a square, you put it over here, and you get like an L, you put it over there, you know, and then you get another. Yeah, I don't know. It's not good. It's real bad. I don't know. But it may be a little while before it dies. Like, you know, sometime tomorrow. Intense follow give. Was it Amethyst doing the shimmy? The dumpster fire. Well, yeah, it's not good. If only it were a forward L instead of a backward one. Yeah, it's a J. If only it's like the state religion of Emoji Tetra. It would be great if alright, so that was fun. We did something. Oh wait, we didn't finish. Let's go back to GitLab and get credit for our work. Because look, there was an issue. Go to the issue boards, and we say, oh, look at that. It was automatic because I put hash 59. So GitLab was like, I know what you're saying. You're saying you're fixing number 59. That's what you're saying. So let me just, come on. Oh, Windows, come on. So I think it took number 59, which has a fire emoji and should be easy to spot, and it put it into the closed bucket. No? Maybe not. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. I don't know why it moved to the bottom. Wasn't it at the top before? Whatever. Let's move it to doing, just because that's what I can reach, and then move it to closed. Yay, it's closed. It did something. That's nice. Now, 8 puns. Hockey stick. Get credit. Oh, get credit. You hate puns? I don't think you hate puns. I think you think you're supposed to hate puns. But you make puns and then you claim you hate them? You can't get away with that. Sure you can, actually. I don't care. It's fine with me. I'm an equal bad pun enthusiast. Ever since Undertale. Was Undertale full of puns? I can't remember. Must have been. Yeah, there were some, I guess. What am I looking at? This is Snake. Okay. So this is Snake full of Emoji Tetra code, which is all gonna go away. Bit by bit. So, what I haven't done is like started a Snake game or written code that will like, here's how the Snake game starts. Here's how we generate the target, which is the apple, and the snake from random, from scratch. What? Look, that is the one, Joe. I missed something. That's the one. You have to use specific words to have GitLab close issues like resolves number 59. Closes might work. Oh. Yeah. I thought you just put it at the beginning, but that's fair. Oh well. Certain Skeleton Brother love them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. The Skeleton Brothers were the jokesters who were like the most obviously trying to be comedians characters. I love them skellies. The Skelebros are the best. I played Undertale on stream and I insisted on doing voices for everybody, and I chose voices for the skeletons that were really hard. And I was like, oh god, they have a lot of dialogue. This hurts. You had me called just right on the I hate pun statement. Look, that is the one, Jill. I've been live for 3 hours. Thanks, Janet. Thanks, Janet. When I installed I picked which chatbot program to use, and it said, you can have your own account. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I started thinking, what robot do I want to use? And then I was like, oh, I want to use Janet. And she insists she's not a robot. But everyone thinks she is, because she sure acts like one. And she serves so much the same function as a chatbot. God, your Undertale stream was so ridiculously fun. Oh, and thank you, Rachel. I couldn't tell. I had no idea if it was fun. I was just like, I'm doing it. Is it good? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Amethyst. How was dinner? You want to come up? You want to come up? You want to smell? Nope. Nope. She's going behind the computer. So there won't be a piece, but I don't want to just take things out that are going to break everything else. So, oh hi, she's going up on the bookcase. What I want to do is convert. I want to work on the converter right now. So the converter is, I already moved the converter class for some reason into, oh no, I didn't move it yet. It's still under Tetra. So the converter spec is short because it's just data in and data out. It's 2 tests. And the converter class is under Tetra. I have all, so I just took the Tetra project and I copied it to make Snake, and I'm moving pieces from the Tetra package to the Snake package whenever I have one that's mostly snakified or useful for either project. And then I have ones that are well, these are still very Tetra-centric, and they need to be deleted or changed or replaced. And converter is what I want to work on next, which is what I wanted to do, but I had to rethink how I was creating the Snake object before I made the converter. So just double checking, we're in the Snake project. Yes. Have you played Deltarune yet? Deltarune. I'm not a girl, I'm not a robot. Oh yes, I put that in today. Bang, girl, bang, robot. What am I missing in chat? Just catching it. Never seen someone play Undertale for the first time. It was a wild blast to watch, especially the last component there. Oh yeah, I was like, what is this? Everyone loves this. I am so completely baffled. I'm halfway through, just met the prince. I honestly think I'll finish it tonight because I had forgotten about it. Deltarune. I don't think I've heard of Deltarune. Not familiar with it. Project Snakification requires converters. Yes. So converter, I've been watching a lot of Good Plays, and I was like, oh, Janet's my chatbot. And I got Good Plays Janet, and I was like, yes. Mine. Deltarune, it's the sequel? Oh. Oh, really? Is it better, worse, the same? Deltarune. Moving and flashing imagery, well, at least they tell you. That's good. What? Intended for people who have completed Undertale. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna play Deltarune. Maybe, but I wasn't as excited about Undertale as I expected to be. It's just a hype engine, you know? So much hype. What I need, so for Converter to work with Snake, I need an example. And what are you doing? Oh my god, she's jumping from the filing cabinet to the table. Can you do it? Please don't knock over the monitor. Oh my god. Wow. That was amazing. Amethyst did a really long jump, and she took a really long time to calculate if it was going to work or not. Very impressive, Amethyst. Very impressive. Don't look up. Wow. You're quite an athlete. How was dinner? I smell like salad. Smell like chicken and avocado and onions? Yeah. Yep. Well, Amethyst back. Handsome streamer. Hello, handsome streamer. Welcome. We're so honored to have you here. Someone so handsome. I just learned how to use sockets in C# and realized I can use that to send information to my front-end web pages. Neat. That's very neat. I haven't used sockets very much. Your stream thumped a bit. Oh, did it? Oh, but not like, it didn't like stop. It just did a movement, right? That's because the camera is on the monitor is on the table, and Amethyst jumped from the file cabinet to the table, which is a solid, on that diagonal, 4 feet. Easy. And this is just a shitty IKEA table, so she was just like, boom. Damn. You got both kitty names on the kitty cam. Oh, thank you. I do. That's too bad. How do I make that easier? I don't know. I need to figure out how to script this stuff so it can be just like one thing that just happens. Now we get to watch Amethyst groom herself after dinner. She had a good dinner. She's got a lot of cleaning to do. I'm glad you came back, Amethyst. You're very welcome here. I have a file. Oh, I don't. I have... Oh, I don't have a file. I have a string. It's not big enough to justify having a file. So converter spec. Here's what I want. So should convert simple game string to game with and without previous move. Well, there is no previous move in... well, there could be a previous move, but it doesn't do anything that matters in Snake. Is there any reason I would need to know the previous move in Snake? I don't think so. Also, I can infer it by... If I needed to know it, I could infer it from the shape of the snake. Probably. Depends on what kind of moves I add. Like if I want to say like, oh, you're in line with the apple, you don't have to spend an hour walking across the board. You could just go like, do you want to go 1 to the right? Or do you want to get the apple and just go forward to the right? So that's a nice to have feature that I can add after I launch. I like the little chat avatars. I'm glad you like them, Fishbones. I've been wanting those ever since I saw them. And Darla was nice enough to gift me the program. It'll stutter now and then, but nothing big. Oh, it's stuttering, huh? Well, I don't want it to stutter, but thank you for telling me. Probably your end. Maybe. Hey, Joe, what do you do for work? I've not looked at your Patreon in a while. Is it that? It's trying to be that. It's trying to be that. I am not working right now. Right now, I'm trying to focus on entertaining y'all and work on the possibility of turning some of my internet work into work that pays money. But mostly I'm just giving it away, which isn't a great way to make money, but it's something. So yeah, you can plead the fifth, that's fine. That is the answer. I do some work sometimes for some things, but I'm not working full-time. And when I do have to work full-time, it will be even harder to stream. But if I can make it a habit, it's all about habits. All about habits. Well, you do very good at the entertain. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. You're very sweet. So convert simple game string to game with and without previous move. I don't remember why I wrote that. Oh, that's just two different cases. I'm not gonna worry about that. So we're not gonna use previous move. I see. Not a problem. So let's do this. I want my database format for the snake to be it's a JSON blob, JSON object, which represents the game object. Crunch said a good one for when there is no apple, but good for avoiding crawling along would be an option. There's always an apple, but it may not be in the same, it may not be aligned. It may not share a row or column with it. But you could go, there's different cases. Like you should always be able to go in 3 directions if they're available. Good for avoiding crawling along would be an option to advance to the furthest point possible while not consuming the snake. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Oh, when there's no apple, I see what you're saying. When there's no apple in sight, then you could just pick a direction or the direction that you were already facing, which is an argument for knowing what direction you were already facing, and just go rocket to the end. At the end of the board or the end of hitting the outer wall of the grid or hitting the snake, whichever one happens first. You just go that far. Yeah, that's reasonable. In which case you probably do want to know what the previous move was. So maybe I'll keep that because that influences what options I want to show. Like if people say, oh, we want to go right, but they really want to go like 4 right. And they just say they want to go 1 right. Later on it can be 4 spots, but whatever. They want to go like 3 right, and they say they want to go right. Then if that's the end, then that's a reasonable thing to go to. The other thing is that if the apple is aligned with something in the middle, then what they logically should do is go like, say the apple is 2 columns to the right. They shouldn't want to go to the end. They should want to go 2 columns to the right to align with the apple. So calculating what the best 4th option is, or 3rd and 4th option for the pulls, is its own complex algorithm that changes as the snake gets longer and or goes away when the snake gets longer. But it's not necessary. So first I want to just have up, down, left, right, minus the one you can't do because you came from that way, and get the game working first, and then get the cool stuff. Some kind of Pokemon. Oh, are you a Pokemon? Are you a Pokemon? Yeah, you're some kind of Pokemon. If you open up the extension window, you can change it. You can look at all of them, and you can change it manually. Crunch got Samus. You can get Samus. I haven't locked down most of them. I locked down some for subscribers, and most of them I locked down for followers. But like I found out how to make more. So there's like, I'm trying to make more. I got all of these sprites from different old like Super Nintendo games, and I'm gonna try to put them into the Stream Avatars format and make them walk around. That's another stream. So, what do I need? I guess the question is, do I want the previous move? I can always get it later. I don't have to get it right now. So theme is gonna be theme, because I could make more themes, which is under emoji set, which is what I should have called it in the first place. Should have called it theme, but emoji set was the first thing I thought of. So really there's just going to be one theme for now, which is blue, and then the test one, I don't expect to use that on Twitter because I think it would look really boring and weird. It's just abstract shapes. It might look cool, but in a really old pre-DOS kind of way, but it's sort of silly, defeats the purpose a little bit. I'd rather use things that look as close as possible to the things they're supposed to be, like an apple and a face and a circle for a snake body, and then the rest is walls and blank spaces. So blue is going to be it pretty much all the time, but that's okay. So theme length, that's how long the theme's been, because I'm going to... Well, that's for changing themes once in a while, which is really probably not necessary for Snake, so let's just leave that out. Thread is important. How long is the thread since it got reset? Because that's important. You can turn yourself into Samus, by the way, if you can figure out how. You kind of look like Nessie from Mario 64. I think it's a Pokemon, but I'm not sure. Got more spiky saddle. The names are in the Streamlabs thing. Is the Streamlabs thing, can I make it show up if I do this? No. Your name tag, no. How do I make it? Oh, there it goes. No, no, no. It links once in a while to the Streamlabs. Oh, there it is. The Streamlabs Stream Avatars extension. Whenever Good Place Janet says Stream Avatars extension and puts a link, if you click that link, you can see all the available avatars, and you can just click on them to change yours. You have to log in with your Twitch first, but it's not hard. Thread length is important. Rows. Rows is not important because there are no static tiles. What this really is the Emoji Tetra's static tiles that are currently set. Speaking of which, is Emoji Tetra dead yet? Are we dead yet? No, they're fine. They're fine. I mean, they're screwed, but they're fine. So we're not going to have rows. I'm not going to store the shape of the board. I'm going to hard code the shape of the board for now. Current. So that's the current piece as opposed to the next piece or something else. That doesn't make as much sense here, so we'll call that snake, but I'll keep it short. So this is theme, this is thread, this will be snake. So the snake, the current piece for Emoji Tetra is a bunch of characteristics. It's which type of piece is it, what column and what row is its focal point at, what direction is it facing, east, plus prevdb, and then its previous. So what was the previous move used for that piece? And I don't know if I want to bother with previous for snake. We'll see. But there's no next piece because this is simpler than Tetra. So we'll get rid of next. We do have score, and we have the ID of the last tweet that we need to analyze its poll results and then reply to it. But the snake's characteristics now are what? It's the list of key points, and I think that's it. I think that's it, but I might be wrong. So the previous move might be a thing, but that doesn't have to be inside of the snake object. That could be in the game object. So it should be safe to change this to square brackets, which represent an array or list of things, and then each key point can be represented as either an object or an array. Thinking. Arrays are shorter. Wait, what? What? Sorry, I'm back. I'm backed up on the chat. What's happening? No idea how Joe manages to get anything done with me yadding about crap like this. Well, if I wanted to just sit here and code, I wouldn't be streaming. I'm here to hang out. Actions. Yeah, do the actions. Yeah. Stop talking for a bit. Became something else next time I spoke. Oh, that's because there's a timer. If you stop talking for 2 minutes, then your avatar goes away. Because I wanted people to chat and to feel like they can keep chatting. But I can change that timer if you think 2 minutes is too short, so that you disappear after 5 minutes of being silent instead. Yeah, when you spawn, you'll be something random. No idea how Joe managed to saw that. So, what are you trying to do? Did it fart? It's supposed to fart. It's supposed to have a little fart. Calc. Yeah, attack. Just to see if it will. Oh my god. Wait. Oh yeah, if you attack, sometimes the target like goes away, but they'll come back. What did you do? I can't really see what you're doing because I'm not looking at the stream. I don't have a second monitor to watch the whole stream. So I'm glad you're having fun. She'll come to a rescue. What do you need? What do you need me to do? You can bring up video stats on Twitch and it tells you the latency to the broadcaster. Right now mine is 9.6 seconds. Cool. Cool. Thank you, Crunch. I killed accidentally all of your avatar thingies at the bottom. How did you do that? You did attack fish bones. And you did fart. That's it. How did you attack everything? Wait. Now I want to look. Oh. Oh. Okay, wait. No, so I think what happened is, I think it crashed. I think it's crappy software. It crashed. So that's not you. That's them. Where is it? Oh. Hang on. How does it work again? Stream avatars. Why can't I put that? Oh, I remember. I have to go to like Steam stream avatars. Like it can't be like a main button at the bottom. Alright, so this is the setup. So that's too bad. It crashes. Lame. There's me. I'm Sonic today. And if you chat, you should probably show up again. Cause now, but if Janet's, well, let's see. Maybe Janet has to say something to show up. Yep, there's Janet. I made Janet Bell, cause she looks like Janet. No, you did nothing wrong, Rachel. It's just software, and software doesn't always work. I mean, you attack somebody, that was antisocial and probably immoral, but hey, it's just a game. Let's make some key points. I don't know, 2-6. Oh, so if I'm gonna make order matter, then I don't even need to put them in little sub-brackets like this. I can just put them as numbers and read them off like that. It's as good a way as any. And the only reason I need commas is because I might have 11 rows, so I need room to be able to make sure the value can be 10. So I can put commas, but I could just do it like 2-6, and then the next one is like 4-6. I don't know, let's draw it in paint. Let's figure out what it should be, really. Oopsie. Oopsie. A fart is the best entrance. Does it fart when you start with the fart? There's a button to disable farts. It's like one of the first things. You're setting up the program. So I already have this shape. I can make this shape, or I can make a new shape. Let's make a new shape. Where's the eraser in this thing? Tools. Eraser. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Blurp. Oh, paint. So fancy. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yay. So clean. Let's use a new color. How about... So let's put the apple first. Where should the apple go? The apple can go here. Whoa, wrong thing. How do you make it a paintbrush? Is this a paintbrush? This looks like an eyedropper. Oh, brushes, there we go. So 4, 6. And then we'll do this blue for the snake, and it'll be, we'll go like here to here to here to here to here to here. Okay. So connect those. This. And this is the head. So we'll give it ears, because snakes have ears. And now I'll put this in. So 2, 2, 2, 2. Shrink this a little bit. Let's see both of these. Okay, so starting from the head, row 0, column 6, 0, 6. Oh, I think it will kill it again. Did you kill it again? Is it dead? This is like the meta game. Can you crash the program? No, program's still running. And we have proof for a bug report. That's true. Here I come. No bot death. Nope. Man, my chat got messed up. Hang on, hang on. I'm gonna look in. Can I see chat in like? Oh, not this one. The other one. Not this one. This. Streamlabs. OBS. Slobs. Here's chat. Doing this troubleshooting purposes. Seriously, not trying to be malicious. Do it. Do it. Do it. This is, without a second monitor, this is temporarily how I am gonna see what you're doing. Oh, Jesus, I put the paint thing behind your chat, and it looks terrible. I'm sorry. That's preposterous. Whatever. I'll put it down here. That's fine. But what are you doing in the avatars? Are you attacking each other? You got launched a door fit. Oh no. Oh no. Let me fix my chat thing there. I don't know why Twitch keeps like losing my chat thing. Maybe I have to change my script for how I get rid of the extra stuff around Twitch chat. Okay, so now this is a way to temporarily see my little diagram. So 6, 4, 6, no, 0, 6, 0, 4. So row 4, no, row 0, column 4. 0, 4. Then that's an easy one. 4, 4. And then row 4, column 0. And then 0, 0. And then row 0, column 2. And row 2, column 2. So this is okay. It's not the easiest thing to read, but it's compressed. It's tight, so that's fine. Oh, Crunch is gonna hug Sonic instead of attack. Oh, you'd had a duel. Shoot. They do fart. Oh yeah, they fart. Oh, I actually haven't seen a duel. How did the duel go? Was it a good duel? I hope it was a good duel. I want to watch what you're doing. Well, it's over, whatever it was. Why is Samus unlabeled? That's weird. maybe... Oh, there it is. There it goes. That's Crunch. Probably because Crunch lost the duel. So I think that's all the data that needs to be there. So that's the snake, that's the score, and that's the ID. Oh, and the apple, the target. So the target is going to be target, and that will be row 4, column 6. So that's the database format, maybe. So, and we'll make the score like, I think we'll just do like 10 points per apple. I could do 1 point per apple, but I don't know. I feel like doing 10. So at this point, logically, if it gains a length of 2 for each apple, then it starts with a length of 3, and then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it should have gotten 80 points. So then that's the contents. Setup contents is this. Converter with a new random string expected. Oh, theme test, of course. Need to do theme test because that's what I made the test theme for. And the expected string for the game, convert, make game from JSON, should look a lot like the test that I wrote before, which is where? Down here. So it's under player spec, maybe? I have 1 or 2 tests that pass for Snake that are actually about Snake. I literally said it out loud. It went great. Yeah, you can jump. Oh, you know what? Is there no star? There's no star to chase. Okay. Let's do it. There you go. I think you can also start that. That's called like exclamation point game. That's the game, or one of the games, is grab the star. And you get points, and you keep them, and then you can use them to buy things. It's a whole game. Yoshi fart. And I'm gonna make more avatars, and I might like lock down some of the cooler avatars for like subscribers or at least for followers. Well, no, I think I did lock down most of them for followers. I think new people come in as the default little blue people. Where is my test that does something? Oh dear. The test that shows a result. Was it under game test? It's under game test Java. Okay. Here it is. So this is the format of the tweet output. And converter spec needs something like that. Alright, so the score should be 80. And then the snake should go in this pattern. The head goes, what is this? So 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's the head. And then the body goes like, copy, paste. There we go. Here, and then down 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all the way to the left 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. And so this isn't as big of a snake as I thought, because my diagram down here is like just a small 6x6 or 7x7 grid, but up here this is a 9 by, I don't know, what did I did? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 11. 9 by 11. And then this will go up all the way here, and like this, and like that. So this is the head, and this is the tail. And the apple is, oh, thought I moved it already. Nope. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. What are you all doing? Jump. You pretty much gotta... I gotta jump a lot in a row, okay? Jump, 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 jump. And you can sling. So like more effective than jumping up in the air is, I think you do exclamation point sling 45, or, well, that's to go in one direction, and then you like do a diagonal sling, a diagonal jump. Wait, so 45, yeah, so I end up doing that. And if I do sling, what if I do negative 45? Yep, that goes in the other direction. And you can walk around by going like right 45, or I don't know what these units are, but like, let's do like left 2, and I move that little bit. And if I do left 100, then I'll run pretty far. I wonder if I can jump while I'm running. I think I stopped my command by issuing a new command. Something like that. Some gorillas ass shit. What gorillas? Who's what? What? Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. Fish bones. So that's the way it should look if I had coded it. I haven't coded it, so it won't look like that. Not yet. But eventually. So now let's get rid of this. So we make a game from contents, and thread length should be 31. ToString is expected score is 80. There is no piece, but there is a snake, and that snake could equal the expected snake, I guess. That's one way to look at it. Expected, and then this would be snake, expected snake equals new snake, and then this could be kind of redundant, but it could also be really helpful. So 0.6, add key point, 0.4, add key point 4.4, maybe I should be able to pass in a list. That would make sense. 4.0.4.4.4 40 40. Yeah, I'm glad I did this in this order. Add key point, I kind of had to. 0 0. Then 0 2 and 2 2. 0 2 and 2 2. So that's the snake, which probably doesn't have an appropriate equals and hash code yet. Nope, it doesn't. So let's make sure that it does. Generate equals and hash code for key points list. And that's it. Wait. Choose fields to be included. Next. Non-null fields. I don't know. Not too worried about it. Good. That will enable it to be testable. Your lag is kind of bad. Oh, hello. Elderino. Elderino's back. Oh yes, you found sit. Good. And there's also stand. But I think it stands automatically if you move also. Oh, Bobwise, thank you. Bobwise, thank you for the follow. Why do I not hear alerts? Maybe I put this too low. I just deliberately tested alerts to make sure I could hear them before, and I did not hear it. Maybe because I was talking. Maybe I have to test it while I'm talking. Bobwise. Bobwise. You do Star Trek Hour, right? Wait, how do I know Bobwise? I know Bobwise. I'm trying to remember how I know Bobwise. It's a bunch of different communities. 14 seconds of lag. Oh no. Pastafariasar. Thank you for following Pasta. Thank you for the follow. Oh, time to drink. You can sling other numbers of degrees, but I don't know if you'd want to, because I guess if you wanted to go higher, but why would you want to go higher? There's also like blocks. Like I don't totally get. Sorry, this is going to be a little duplicative because I'm making this full screen while I do this. So like here's a star game, so that's fun. There's also blocks. You can like wall people in, and you can make like ramps and stuff. But I don't know, it's weird because you don't walk on them very well. Like you could sling up onto it, but it would be weird. So I don't totally get what they're looking to do with those yet. So I'm gonna get rid of them because I don't, you know what, I'll put some over here and you can like figure out if there's anything interesting to do with them. And I'll put some here. And I guess, okay, so this, I guess if you wanted to like really screw with your stream, you can do that and you can try to sling up there, but I don't know how to put like a prize up there. Okay, well there's one. Try to get that. Good luck. I don't know if that's a real game or not. I don't think it's possible. I don't think I drew it properly. In stream parkour. Oh god, what does my stream look like? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if you can sling that high. Maybe. That was just all messy. Hold on. Hold on. I really like this program, and I also recognize that it's like early days for it, and it's, I mean, it's a few years old, but it does a lot of things, but maybe not like super well. So if I do, let's change these platforms. Hold on, I know this is weird looking. Let me do this. Platforms. I'll do it like cat trees, like easy jumps. Just a staircase. So now that's maybe possible to do. I don't know. See if anybody can get that star up the top. That would be interesting. Good luck. Or don't. Or just say that's dumb and I'll just erase those because they're ugly. Expected snake is going to be to 2-2. So that's the last point of the expected snake. That's good. And the target is the apple. What's your deal? Why is target... Wait, what? Sandow snake game. Oh, have I not moved this yet? Okay. Well, maybe I should move it now. This is snake spec, so it's down here. No, this is converter spec. and it's under Tetra. So it needs to go under IO here, refactor. There. So now we are in the same package as target. So now target equals new target, and the location of the target is 4.6. Okay. Oopsie. So now the target, that's the expected target. Which means that target as a class now also needs generate equals and hash code. Yes, 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 go. Super great. Converter spec, expected target. This will be game.target equals expected target. Neat. Oh, it's 11 p.m. I can't talk as loud now. I don't have to stop streaming, but I have to keep my voice down because I have neighbors and they have to be able to sleep or they'll get mad at me. So now this is an ASMR stream full of coding and weird avatar games. Oh, okay. Rachel's made progress. I was gonna delete the staircase, but Rachel's climbing it. Can you climb it, Rachel? Especially as that tall monster thing from Mario. Get fit on the next one. You can change. Change what you are. Believe in yourself. Change to something smaller. Or I could just erase some of these. And make this easier. Yeah, I like this very much too. It's very silly. There you go. Oh, you fell. That's why climbing games are the worst, because you just spend a whole time falling and trying again. And just when you've made a whole lot of progress, then you fall down. Pokey skills. Let's see. Look at this, we're designing games. 2 games at once. Game snake equals expected snake. What's the problem? Access to snake exceeds its access rates. Private get snake. Why is there a get snake if it's... Oh, I don't know. Who cares? Public get snake. And then public get target. I don't know why those were private or where they came from. I think I just copied them from somewhere else. So this is why I need to buy a microphone arm so I can put the mic next to my face and I don't have to lean in like this to get close to the mic. So then I can talk quietly and you can still hear me. Let me see how my sound levels are. My sound levels are okay, but I have to lean this way. So I'm gonna move my, where's my face? Where's my face? Face cam. Face cam goes over here so I can lean this way. Or I can move the camera back and I could just move the camera like this. That would make sense. So now I can lean in this way a little bit, maybe both. Okay, back to work. Now I can talk at my normal volume instead of projecting to the back of the room. And hopefully you can still hear me okay. I'm not necessarily speaking as clearly when I speak quietly, but it's either that or stop streaming just when we're having fun. Hey Joe, I'm a longtime Pythoner, as you may remember, and I just realized this last week what Java's private public access designations mean. Yeah, they're kind of silly. Especially the default one. There's public, there's private, there's protected, which is very confusing. And then there's the one if you don't put any at all, which is the least useful. Because they made a mistake when they designed the language. They made a mistake. They thought that would be useful. It's not. Not really. It's just confusing. Does Python have public and private? Do they have anything, or is everything public? I don't even know. I started learning Python once, and I stopped. Okay, so what is this? Oh, I'm not doing a previous from the database, previous move. Not using that right now. And there is no next shape. That's gonna go away. Next shape. Well, happens if I comment this out? What breaks? Start getting rid of things we're not using. Spawn target. Okay. That's not necessary. So we're not going to do that. But we are going to... so that's shape type, create shape, and spawn point. No. So spawn target... basically, this is going to... I think I just want to like collect intersection points, which is on grid, even numbered, basically, even numbered coordinates, and list the unoccupied points. Choose a random point from the list of unoccupied intersection points. That seems okay, because sometimes when you're playing Snake, it will, like, you'll get an apple, and then the apple just spawns right next to you, and you're like, score. You get another apple, and that's super. Which brings up a point that I forgot about, which is the length. The length of the snake depends on how many apples it's eaten, but also you have to move in order to get longer. So the length of the snake starts at 3 and it grows by 2 after each apple that it eats. If you did eat an apple and then you ate another apple and another apple and another apple, if they happen to spawn next to you, which they will towards the end, if you lock in the space properly, then what would happen to your length? Because each time you ate an apple, you would then be owed 2 additional points to your length on your next move. But if you got another apple, you would gain the 2 points in the previous apple, and now you'd be owed an additional 2. So that would work itself out fine. I just have to make sure that I know in the database whether you're owed additional length. So maybe what I should do is add a length variable to the snake. Like just a total length, just for absolute sanity. Like it just starts at 3, each time you get an apple, it goes up by 2. That would work. And then I can just check the total length of the snake and make sure that if it needs to grow, it grows. Right. And let me look at chat and see what's going on. Sleepy time for me too pretty soon. Yes, it's sleepy time for me fairly soon as well. Good progress though. Like, I got the snake thing done, which is not bad for, oh, my chat disappeared. Damn you, chat. I have to change that script. I have to work on that. That's frustrating, because it takes like an hour for it to clear, for it to like mess up. My chat window looks like this. It just like blanked out, and I'm sad because I was reading it, and now I don't know what you said. But because I'm using slobs, I can scroll through slobs. What? The whole 273x version war thing was enough to put me off Python altogether. Yeah, I was reading about that when I was starting to learn Python. I was like, what is this crap? I don't want this. I'll sleep with to rest. Rather an evangelist, even though I hardly work in Python at all anymore. I was the organizer of my local PyLadies. I've seen you tweet about PyLadies. It's cool. I've been to a zillion PyCons. I love Python and the sweetie community. That's Excellent. Chaired a Python conference. Good for you, Rachel. People are mostly on 3. The people on 2 with your job will need to get it together in the next year. Yeah. Perl went through their 5 versus 6. Yeah, but Perl, everyone hates Perl for all kinds of reasons. And Python learned from it, and we're able then to not murder our language accidentally as a result. No friggin' way to be able to stick with programming on stream. Just dissolve into 100% chat. I go back and forth. I told some programmer friends that I was playing D&D with, like, that I stream programming on, and they were like, people watch programming on stream? Why would anybody watch programming on stream? I was like, well, I don't just sit there and program. I talk. I talk about what I'm doing. And I talk to the people. This is not updating. Oh, because it's empty now. So if I do this, and then I do this, this script looks great. It puts it in the right spot. It makes extra room, but then it does weird stuff. Okay, I'm sorry about these ugly things that no one's using. I'm gonna delete them. I forgot they were over my face. Being dumb. It's fun to draw stuff, but I have to remember that this is all on top of everything else. So, that's good. But here's a star. Bing, 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 bing. What is this flying thing? I don't even know what that flying thing is in the upper left. There's a flying thing. I don't know what it is. What are you? What are you? What are you doing there? No idea. What was I doing? I should probably go soon. It's like 11 o'clock. Hug! Trapped me. What? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rachel. I try to keep bad people out. And bad people don't want to spend time watching someone program. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do. How did it trap you? What trap? What? Okay, so that's how that's gonna work, but this is all just to-dos. I don't need to worry about that right now. I just need to make it compile and not worry about that. So set next shape. That doesn't really matter. Spawn target is spawn target. Fail to spawn end game. Well, that's fair. So if you can't find a place to spawn, then the game will end. That's a reasonable way that the game could end. Maybe. Converter. No. Converter spec. So next shape. Axis next shape exceeds its axis rates. Good. Because I'm getting rid of next shape. That's not a snake thing. Nice formatting to do. Yeah, IntelliJ is sweet. So sweet. I didn't do anything for that. I just typed to do. And IntelliJ's like, yellow! Follow Bartway now on that. It's programming streams. I don't know Bartway. That's cool. What does Bartway work on? Probably games. That's one of the more common things to code on stream. Okay, well this isn't gonna work because I haven't actually coded anything yet. But I'm writing the spec for what it's gonna do when I code it. And that is helpful because it helps me know what I should code, and it also gives me a test that will immediately fail. But then once this test passes, I know that I've successfully done the thing. And now get next shape is not working, so comment that out. Because that's not a thing anymore. Run again. No compilation errors. Nope, still. Next shape. Where are we? Converter test. Okay. Comment. Well, whatever. Comment it out for now. Get piece, previous move. Comment it out. Don't care. Converter test. Oh, there's a converter test. That's why converter spec is so small. So there's tests and there's specs, and tests are JUnit tests that are in Java. And I think I started the project with thinking I would just use the most common JUnit testing framework. And then like halfway through, I was like, you know what? I really need Spock, which is a testing framework in Groovy that lets you do more and lets your tests be shorter, lets you test more combinations of variables like really easily. And so I started writing Spock tests, and I was like, you know what? I have some JUnit tests and some Spock tests, and I'm okay with that. I just have both. It's fine. But now I'm left with like I have to go make sure that I run them all and I just see what's there. But I mostly want to convert them to Spock. There's very few cases where JUnit is like better. Been live for 4 hours. I should probably go. What? Who's being a dick? You're not being a dick. What happened? Wait. Sorry, I'm scrolling back through chat. Was a program with Chucklefish doing Starbound. Now he's doing his own thing with Stuxel. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Starbound. Oh, Stardew Valley guy. Interesting. Yeah, he's like an inspiration. Like, if one person can make Stardew Valley in several years through a ton of work and a lot of training, then I wonder what I could make if I really wanted to make something. Something bigger than a Twitter bot. But first I have some Twitter bots that I still want to make if Twitter doesn't shut me down. But then I might just start making Twitch extensions. I have some ideas for Twitch extensions. I really like this stream avatars, but I want it to do more, you know? Or just games that use Twitch chat in general. But I need to play a bunch, get some ideas. Fishbone said, well, Chucklefish is the publisher behind Starbound. Stardew Valley was also published by Chucklefish, but developed by Eric Barone. That's it. Concerned Ape. Right. That's right. And that's one of the few stories of like a solitary developer making something substantial. Making like a good, famous, successful, big game with the art and the writing and the coding. Very unusual. But it appeals to me as a developer and artist and writer. Even though I know it's way too much if you don't have a clear vision. You have to play a lot and read a lot and look at a lot to come up with a vision. Let's see. So converter test is here. I just have to fix a compilation error. I'm going to try to run this again. Okay, so it fails, but it runs. So everything compiles. So now JSON object rows not found, and that's because converter spec is expecting to have this outcome, but when it calls make game from JSON, which is a silly name, I should change that to something else, whatever, or convert, whatever. So make game from JSON is parse. So when I parse, I'm doing, what am I doing? So like emoji set is actually still gonna work because I didn't change the interface there. Theme is still emoji set, but get string rows, that doesn't exist. So, and there's no expanded encoded rows and all that stuff. None of that exists in Snake. So that goes away. Current goes away. There are no pieces. Current type letter, there's no type. There's no characteristics of the tetra piece because there is no tetra piece. No current, no previous move so far. There's no direction, shape type, shape. There is a score. That's the same. There is a tweet ID. There's no next. And there is a thread length. So some of the pieces are the same. Some of this stuff is from Emoji Tetra and it still works. Like tweet ID, thread length, score. But since there's no piece, what I need is set snake, which I have to generate from the text. and there's no next shape, so I'll just get rid of that. But you know what there is? There is a target. So set target, target, which I also have to make. So the target, that's sort of a simpler one. And this is converter, hang on, save. So converter is, how is my sexy ASMR whispering, by the way? This is my experiment to see if I can do a stream that's any good after it gets late, after 10 p.m. where like I can't talk at my normal like loud volume because the neighbors will complain, and I don't want to keep the neighbors up. But it works. Okay. Okay. Well, this is just us. It's just you and me. We're just whispering quietly to each other. You can talk as loud as you want, but I gotta talk quietly. Actually, I have to go pretty soon. I have to brush the cat's teeth. It's time. Brush their teeth every day. Almost every day. But I did want to... I can't stop. I can't stop. I gotta stop. Okay, wait. 1 second. So this goes here. That's what I want to do. Refactor. Ugh, so many problems. Converter test. Do you wish to ignore them and continue? I might. Will be inaccessible. Continue. And then converter test. Let's move that also. So converter test will move to what? This is Tetra.io and this is Snake. Let's do Sondout, new package, Snake.io. So now Snake has game and IO, and we're going to move converter test to IO. Okay. Then converter has snake equals new snake with where you add stuff. Something. You add some stuff to it. That's what you do. What's happening? I'm gonna go crash, boys and girls. It was nice chilling with you all. Hope to see you later. Thank you so much for being here, Fishbones. You've been delightful. Likewise, take it easy. Thank you, Rachel. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone who has to go. I think I should go as well. And I'm going to leave this little red spot here to remind myself where I'm at and where to pick up from next time. And I'm gonna go brush the cat's teeth. Is anyone? You know what? I can check the this thing here. Yeah, I think it's just Fishbones and Rachel, probably the only people right now. So I'm not gonna rate anybody because I want to let you go to bed. It's not like a crowd of people where some people were staying up. Everybody go to sleep. Sweet dreams. Be good to yourself. Drink water. Eat food. Go get a hug if you want one from somebody, and get some good sleep. And don't think too much about the horrors of the world. Just do what you can do. Do what you can do. And I will catch you next time. You've been great. I really appreciate everyone who's been so nice hanging out here. Okay, good night. Have a nicest night. Fun time. Happy New Year. And Happy New Year, of course. Thank you, Rachel. Happy New Year, Rachel. Happy New Year, Fishbones. I hope you have a really good time or relaxing time over New Year's. Nice rest. And I will catch you next time. See you online. Bye-bye.